Hi everyone, how you doing? Welcome to this this presentation as part of the Fundraising Everywhere Individual Giving Conference. Just allowing everybody to get settled into the room. Thanks everybody for joining today. It is really good, actually fantastic to have a conference dedicated to individual giving. I was saying to a colleague earlier this morning, it's sometimes because individual giving tends to be, the high earner or the glamour star of a lot of organizations. Sometimes when it comes to conferences, it gets ignored. It's like the sibling with the best results at school gets the least attention at home. But individual giving fundraisers are superstars, and having a conference dedicated to them really lets us talk about things that have us reaching for the top. So it's fantastic for Fundraising Everywhere to put this on. It's fantastic for everybody to attend, of course, which is amazing. And for me, I've always worked in individual giving and supporting individual giving, and aside from just the level of creativity that goes on in the space, I love individual giving because it is the purest form of fundraising for me. It is the most democratized way of raising money. It's the way that charities preserve their independence over everything else, to have a large group of supporters putting their money where their mouth is, and apropos of nothing, giving their money and giving their support. Without further ado, I will jump straight in to this talk, and this talk is going to be about growing the individual giving product portfolio. So much like chocolate and annual leave days, more is more in every capacity with individual giving. We want to speak to more people. We want to fundraise to more audiences. We want to raise more money. And to do that, we want to be more segmented in how our product portfolio responds to who we have, which is really important. There will be a lot of times in some aspects of fundraising when less is more, of course. When it comes to ad copy, when it comes to emails and stuff like that, you can do a lot more by being very selective. But in terms of finding your audience digitally, going and reaching for the stars is super important. Let me introduce myself first and foremost. If the slides can go along. There we go. Who am I? I'm Owen Beecher. Some of you may have seen me from some conferences before, so some of you may work with me as well. I've been at iRaiser for about 3 years now. Prior to that, I've been in the fundraising space, working on the charity side, and it's coming up on a decade in the space at this point now, so I'm starting to notice where the little bits of grey hair are popping up and everything like that. I like to call those memories of past Christmas campaigns. My job at the moment is to work with organizations and get them to use more checkout pages, more fundraising products, and more fundraising software. And the purpose of that is to raise more money by speaking to more people and being in the right place at the right time for more of their audience. So if you work with me, you will hear me saying, why not have a checkout page that suits this audience? Why not have a retention product and all this? This is going to be the on-screen version of that day to day. So I'll jump straight in and give a bit of an overview about what the goals are. So we'll set the table and then we'll move into it. So first and foremost, I want to challenge assumptions about online visitors, about web traffic. And I think it's really important when we talk about fundraising and we talk about how responsive our audience are in making decisions, that we figure out what our own issues are, the false assumptions we may naturally make as humans before we start working positively as fundraisers. I also want to kind of define what the fundraising product is, but only kind of, not fully. And then I want to make a case for how you as IG fundraisers can speak to your board, can speak to your director and say, I want to expand my product portfolio. We'll touch upon a couple of examples of really simple and effective product. And then we'll talk about a very simple and straightforward trick tool to utilize your internal resources and find a way to choose which products you go into easily, safely, and in such a way where you will ultimately raise money, which is the goal of this. In terms of the lay of the land at the moment, I think one of the biggest challenges people face is that the mentality exists within kind of the internet, as it were. The checkout pages are kind of the end of a journey. The people's decision is already made. When you get onto the website, you just put your credit card in, put your direct debit details in, and moving on. And I think I've said this before, that a lot of fundraising is online fundraising is digital tin shaking, as it were. It's, give us a donation because give us a donation. And that assumption is not great, because it means that every supporter receives the same experience regardless of what part of their journey they're at. And it ultimately pigeonholes supporters into basically one-off givers and regular givers, and doesn't allow for enough nuance in terms of what we speak to people about. It detaches supporters from our cause, and it means the likelihood of getting a second gift, the likelihood of building a long-term relationship with them, is going to be severely hindered. So that's something that is our challenge at the moment, and what we're going to look at is a way to work through that. But first, we're going to think about the assumptions that we make as fundraisers. I'm going to try and break these down. So first and foremost, there is an assumption that people just want to donate. Somebody's come to your website because they want to make a payment. And I want to challenge that as being fundamentally and provably untrue. Every visitor to your website will be coming in through a different path, with a different history. They will have learned about your organization in a different way. They will have clicked on a different button to get there. And as such, the intent for them to donate is on a spectrum. It's not fixed. People are not coming in with the sole express intention of making a donation. You might have some individuals that are doing so, but you'll have other people that are visiting you for different reasons. So if somebody Googles your name, if it's brand paid search, then the likelihood is that that person is very, very ready to donate, and they will donate at a high rate. But if somebody has responded to, say, a video that you've placed on Instagram or Facebook, and it's emotive content, they weren't spending their journey before that thinking about your organization. They weren't thinking about making a donation. What's happened is they've seen some emotive content that's compelled them to click on your website, but they're not ready to donate as much as as other types of audiences were. In fact, sometimes people are actively looking for an excuse not to donate. And that's something that I think we need to think about when we look at fundraising, and when we look at what our conversion rates are. Those conversion rates, and the reason those conversion rates are the way they are, is because of the nature of the audience that's coming in, how keen they are to donate, how warm they are, if you will allow me to use kind of the old direct mail type speak, but ultimately what their likelihood would be. And by breaking down that assumption, we can be a lot more holistic about how we look at our audiences and our potential supporters. The second assumption is that when somebody doesn't convert, that they hate us. And that's fundamentally untrue as well. Obviously, it's, when something doesn't work out, we always look at the worst case scenario. And that's not necessarily the most illogical thing to do. You think about the biggest problem first. But the reason people drop off is very often for very minor things. So it might be little UX bugs or something like that. It might be a case that they're on their mobile and you don't have Apple Pay on your website, and they don't have their card with them, so they drop off and they hope to come back later. Whether they will or not is a different story. But these kind of things are not judgments on the charity. It's unlikely that somebody midway through a conversion journey is going to start going, I've completely changed my mind about my affinity to that cause. This is something that we need to assume, or we need to be a lot richer about, in terms of how we think about follow-up journeys, how we think about making things easy for people, so we remove those reasons to go, but also how we treat those reasons as opportunities as well. And while not specifically related to this, it's an enormous bugbear of mine that regular giving cancellations are treated like this. I don't know how many people out there phone up their donors that have cancelled. You will normally find it is for completely unrelated issues. It's not because they've decided you're a bad organization. It's more than likely because it's a natural life cycle, or they have a temporary financial strain, whatever the case may be. But the assumption that a lost donor is a donor that is a potential supporter that no longer likes you is something that exists far too much in the sector and absolutely shouldn't. The last assumption I want to challenge is that everything will probably be fine. Or if there's anybody from Ireland here, Asher, it'll be grand. The problem here is that we have a lot of bugs, we have a lot of problems, and it is difficult. As charities, there are limited resources. We're not operating with the R&D budget of Amazon. There is problems that we have to prioritize, but there is often an assumption that problems with our digital flow will be okay because people will just figure it out, or they'll just do it anyway. And this is provably false. Bugs will cause drop-off, will cause loss of money. If people leave your site without converting, there's a chance that they may never come back. There's an identifiable amount of people that will not come back. Inconsistent data will lead to you making bad decisions. So if you're not getting an accurate portrayal of why people are giving. If that information is wrong, then you will invest in the wrong type of fundraising in the future, and you will continually go down a spiral of not fundraising in the right way. And ultimately, the challenge here is that if you give somebody a bad first-time experience, even if they do manage to make a donation, they're not going to be running back to you as quickly as a charity where they've had a seamless experience. And that matters for building lifetime relationships. And I think these things, once we can overcome the three of these, this is a time when we can really get to an open area to start looking at products. But I want to kind of talk about what is a product. I'm not going to be too rigid. And looking at definitions, it can be a bit tricky. I've put up a screenshot here of Googling definition of product. You can read it there for yourself. It is completely meaningless to the charity sector. None of it's relevant, and none of it applies to what individual giving fundraisers are doing. And I think that's quite important, because I like to work in such a way where your definitions from a practical working perspective work for you. So I use product to mean any real identifiable work stream that we can either do more of or do less of, anything that can be separated out from somewhere else in terms of making a hypothesis about why somebody donated, and ultimately creating an environment where each organization, and all of the organizations that are represented here are different. They will all have different size teams. They'll all have different size audiences. Every single one of you will have different conditions. So finding a definition that's meaningful for product that allows you to achieve your goal of expanding your fundraising audience and raising more money, that is the way to work it for you. That can be quite tricky. And some of the risks, I would say, is try not to get into a situation where you have to tick every box. So not everything that is a product to the supporter is necessarily a product to you. You know, you could have, everything could be regular giving, but it could appear like 7-8 different things to a supporter. Similarly, not everything that's meaningful to a supporter is going to, or not everything that's meaningful to you in the back end is going to be in any way different to the supporter. And that's something to remember, that you don't have to satisfy both the business and the user to be able to define something as a product. Most importantly, these products are theatre. And I have an example of an organization not based in the UK that did a sponsorship product, a child sponsorship product. And when somebody made their first payment, they received a letter that very explicitly said, this sponsorship is not for a real child. This is completely invented, and it's purely made up for representative purposes, and it illustrates the work that we do. And they completely destroyed the theatre of that product immediately. Their attrition rate went through the roof, and they didn't make any money. There is obviously regulations about how transparent and how honest you are with donors, but there's also, consider the motivation, consider the feeling, and consider the passion that somebody gave, and do your best not to smash that down immediately. So make sure that those products are consistent, that your relationship is consistent the whole way through, and that you consider why a supporter has engaged with you. In terms of getting people excited, you're not going to be able to just walk in tomorrow morning into your office or sign on to MS Teams or whatever the case may be and say, right, lads, we're doing products. You got to get buy-in. You've got to tell people why. The case for why is really simple. Your competitors are giving choice. Your competitors are not charities, and I want to make this really clear. A charity donation is how somebody has chosen to use their disposable income. Your competitors are anywhere where that disposable income can go. So the charity next door, they're not your competition, they're your friends. Your competition is Amazon, it's Starbucks, it's Netflix, it's Nike, it's the pub, it's anything like that. And thinking about what those businesses and what those things offer to consumers, the level of choice and demand is at an all-time high, and the level of power that sits in the consumer's hands is at an all-time high. And, our supporters will expect us to operate in the exact same way as everywhere else they engage with. So if their favorite e-commerce website is offering them lots of choice, they would expect their favorite charity website to offer them lots of choice as well. And that's something that should be compelling for saying we must be more than just tin shaking. We must offer people things that they can engage with, and we must offer people things that will allow them to become better donors, build better relationship with us, have more transparency, and ultimately give us more. And the data will prove that. The data will show that people respond to different things at different points in their own life, even at different points in the day. And I want to go a little bit highbrow for a second and illustrate how people engage differently at different points in their lives with self-portraits of Pablo Picasso. Now, these were done 70 years apart. Obviously, the dramatic change in how his painting style went, but also from a self-portrait perspective, how he viewed himself. And this type of logic can exist at any point of any person's life, and understanding that people want different things, people view things differently, people do different things at different times, it's absolutely fundamentally important for considering how best to fundraise to them. And that's something that we do when we expand our product portfolio. We allow somebody to choose what product at what time suits them best, and it means we don't alienate people who at a certain point are not necessarily suitable. We know for a start that in the out of home space, if you're walking down a high street, the best way to engage with charity is a charity shop. And that's why lots of charities have charity shops. You don't see people doing lottery asks or legacy giving asks or anything like that in high streets so much, because we know that in the right place, right time logic, the best thing to do is, something like a charity shop there. Getting that online requires much less effort, much less investment, much less time, but we don't do it as much. And that's something that we should start challenging. In terms of how we do that, there is a very big truth, and I'm not trying to break down this very, very important thing. People say everything starts with data, but when you're changing the mentality, I think you need to use data second. I think the thing that has to happen first is a kind of a mindset change. People need to ask questions within their organizations to get that buy-in. So very often it's, the way that things get reported to directors are successes. So you go to your director, you go to your board, and you say, these are the people who did give to us. These are the areas we had success in. And you're not looking at the counterfactual. You're not explicitly highlighting the areas that you're not particularly successful in. You're not particularly highlighting the people who chose not to give to us. And by doing that, by asking those questions, you can establish a different way of thinking that will give you a more successful answer. So it's a little bit of a ripping a Band-Aid off, but it will allow you to then turn around and say, well, here's the data of our underperformance. And here's the opportunity to move past that. And here's the opportunity to create a new product environment where we give our supporters a much, much richer experience and they're happier with us. I'm going to go very quickly to this next slide. I'm not going to go through it in detail. Feel free to screenshot if you want. These are KPIs that you should use when you're fundraising. The KPI you should not use is bounce rate. I won't tell you why now, but if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn or email or anything, I can speak for about 3 hours about why bounce rate is meaningless for fundraisers. And I'm absolutely happy to, if you're happy to me bore you to death with it. But do screenshot, photograph, whatever you need to do with this. These KPIs are very, very important. In terms of where this is going to lead you, there's lots of different types of product. Obviously, everybody will have a fairly strong cornerstone of one-off giving and regular giving. I'm going to look at campaign-specific giving in a little while because it's very, very easy but very impactful. We have subscription products, sponsorships, value exchange products that we might not be expanding to the fullest of their potential. There's also things like retention and reactivation, and this is something that people who work with me will know this, that I scream this over and over again. If you're buying something on John Lewis, the first time you buy, you got to put in your delivery address. The second time you buy, you don't have to put in your delivery address. Why do charities then make second gift givers go through the same process as first-time givers? It doesn't exist in any other e-commerce sector that you would have to go through all that over and over again. And that's something that I am, happy to stand on the middle of Nelson's column and scream to the whole of London if they'll let me. But that's something that's incredibly important, is how do you look at ongoing journeys and engage products differently to give people a better experience? The question I would ask here: how many of these products do you currently have? You won't have all of them, probably. There will be some things that don't work. So there's certainly some organizations where not everything's going to work for. Let's not pretend that everybody can take on every product all at once. Organizations have different audiences and different natures. That will be evident. But ask yourselves, which ones of these types of products are you currently not doing? And which ones could you be doing? And think about how that could allow you to reach new audiences and raise more money. I'm going to jump into a really, really simple, straightforward case study right now. And this is for UK for UNHCR. And these are a customer of ours, so I'm close to the campaign. I see it going through fairly regularly. And what they're doing is effectively, like I said in the last slide, they're doing campaign-specific giving. So really straightforward. It's an organization that responds to various types of emergency crises and everything like that. So they will be very direct in terms of what a donation is paying for. And they have worked with their digital product to effectively manage that. And that's what I want to have a quick walk through right now. So this is a default winter donation page. If you come through organically, you Google donate to UK for UNHCR, this is what you're going to get at wintertime. It's pretty straightforward. It's got a good creative, powerful imagery. It's got a bit of snow in there, so it connects people with the season, and that's obviously a higher propensity to give in winter. They've got very strong branding, so the logo is visible and the donation component is consistent, so it's the same across everywhere. So if you're giving to them, regardless of what campaign you're giving to, you know that you're in the right place, you have the right font, the right color scheme, all of those type of things. This is where people come in generically. But with a responsive organization that's putting campaigns out there, a lot of the traffic they get is sought after. It's done through paid media, ads, email, all things like that. And that means it's related very specifically to certain causes and certain asks. And I think, one of the things I've said to a number of organizations, that if somebody is giving to you because they've been, compelled by a certain storyline, is their donation experience consistent with that storyline? So this is, and all of these screenshots I'm showing you are live right now on this organization site. I took these on Monday, so this is all active live campaigns. This is an Afghanistan earthquake appeal. The imagery is very consistent. It's different from the other imagery, but it will be very consistent with the creative that goes out elsewhere. You have an Eastern Horn of Africa appeal that's live as well. Again, it looks different, but it's very consistent with the journey that somebody will be taking. And this is the live Ukraine appeal. Obviously, some of you may have seen the other Ukraine appeals that have happened over the past year and a half. This is the one that's live now. The important thing behind this is it's not phenomenally difficult. Aside from a little bit of science stuff in terms of the amount of money that's being asked for, the only real major change is that the background image is different and it's responsive to where that supporter came from. So if somebody was on Instagram, they saw a message about Eastern Horn of Africa, that was the thing they were passionate about, that's the donation page they should receive. Why? Because it lets them know they're in the right place. And this may seem incredibly simplistic, but if you're not delivering something that satisfies the donor that they're in the right place, you risk them thinking that they're in the wrong place. And what does that mean? It means they drop off. So if the visuals are consistent, if the storytelling is consistent, they will know I'm in the right place. That will increase their trust. And if you have more supporters coming in at a higher degree of trust, you will have not only a higher conversion rate in terms of more people supporting, but you will likely have a higher average gift because people will be more confident that their money is going to the right place. You will have a higher ratio of regular giving because people will be more confident that they should support you over a long period of time. And from the simplest IG product you can possibly do, all you're doing is asking 3 questions. Who's donating? What do they care about? What are they passionate about? And what journey have they followed to get here? And those 3 questions will give you audience, affinity, and it will give you channel. And that will allow you to be very, very customized and very personalized in terms of how you speak to people. And that will be incredibly important for ultimately increasing your revenue, which is fantastic, and it's something that you want to do. This organization particularly incredibly successful. I don't know if the 2 fundraisers, Sage and Vic, are in this call. If you see them in the real world, tell them they're amazing fundraisers and they're completely smashing it out of the park. And they are well deserving of the accolades that they get for that. In terms of building those products, obviously, that's a very straightforward execution. It's very simple to say we have a strong case to have different checkout pages for each of our different journeys. Relatively straightforward. Some products will be a bit more complex. You will be a bit more risky in terms of whether you think they will land, and you will need to navigate in a bit more detail how the audience will work and how the audience will respond to them, but also how much money they will make for you as well. So in terms of creating a very quick way to define whether a product's going to work, I like to use this really simple, straightforward. This is a Miro version of what I would normally do in an office with Post-its on a wall, but you will create 2 axes here, and you will be looking at every product and scoring them out of 5 or 10 or whatever you choose for both business need and user need, which is super straightforward. The business need are the things that benefit you as a charity. So does this make us money? Is this important for us? Does this solve a problem that we've had? Really, really easy. Is this a good product for us? The user need is demand. Is there a market for us? If we put this product out there, will people like it? Will they sign up to it? Will they do it? And mapping out both of those will allow you to look at that middle axis in the middle. That's your combined priority. And that will get you an idea of A, how successful something's going to be for you, and B, how likely it is people will sign up. If something's got a really high business need but no user need, then nobody's going to sign up to it. So even if it on paper makes you loads of money, it's not going to make you any money because nobody likes it. Something has a high user need, but doesn't have a particularly high business need, then loads of people are going to sign up to it, but you've got no way to convert them because there's no real business case to do so. So it's that kind of thing of balancing both out. So will people like it? Will it be profitable? And finding combined priorities will then allow you to basically do something like this, where you will have a green quadrant, which is all the things we're definitely going to make, a blue quadrant, which is if we have time, we're definitely going to make those, and the yellow quadrant, which is, well, it'd be nice to have if, you know, miracles happen and we get loads of extra time. And then outside of that is the things that we're not going to do because they're a waste of time and nobody likes them. And this is a really, really good way to prioritize without needing to, you know, go into anything particularly complex in terms of Scrum or anything like that. If you have resources limited, one of the biggest drains on resources is trying to figure out whether a product will be successful or not. I would say a brainstorming session and a 3-hour discussion on this, and you've got that done. And you're not talking about a week-long, month-long, year-long process to see if we can create something new. So that's something I would advise from a very, very handy day dot technique to go into mapping things out like that. And what that will allow you to do is create a product that has an amazing user need. So super audience friendly products. The example I've used here is adopt an animal. The expectation from any animal charity is that you will be able to connect directly with animals. You will get to choose an animal that you like. You will get to choose an animal by name. All of these things are incredibly important from a user need perspective, but ultimately something that also satisfies a business goal, which is increasing the number of regular givers. And this kind of thing is incredibly important. It's finding out something that makes your audience say, yes, this is a product for me. This is something that I want. This is something that you might not have previously had, but you're now allowing me to engage with you by offering this. But ultimately for you as fundraisers, you still got to put money on the table. And this is a way to do this, to think about products in such a way that plug those gaps, engage new audiences, and let you be robust and constantly streamlined in terms of getting new things out there and finding better ways to fundraise, which is our goal. Thankfully, individual giving fundraisers, and with no major bias, tend to be the best in the world. So you will have no problem getting amazing products out there, speaking to audiences in really meaningful ways. And ultimately, look, you know, what we want to do as fundraisers is make the technical side of things as easy as possible so that fundraisers can tell people what the charity does, because that's the baseline of this. We want to speak about the amazing work that you do, the impact that you're having, and the value somebody can give by becoming a donor. So making the technical process more streamlined just gives you more of your own days of the week to go and have those meaningful, powerful conversations with donors and more donors. And that's where we're going for. That's me for this. I think I'm just in under the half an hour, so I'm not sure if we have time for questions. I'm sure the voices from above at Fundraising Everywhere will tell me if we can or not. If you want to talk about anything in more detail, my details are on screen. If you want to catch me on LinkedIn, nobody else spells their name the way I spell my name, so it's not phenomenally difficult. But yeah, I will join the chat on the other page because I think we are being guillotined, in fact, right now. So I want to say perfect timing on planning that one out. But yeah, I'm available at any point to have any deep debates afterwards, or challenges or anything like that. Thanks so much to everybody for attending this one. It's really, really fantastic to have environments like this to speak in. And yeah, everybody keep following Fundraising Everywhere and keep coming to their shows because they're wicked. Thank you very much, everybody.
Owen, mate, you brought that in at exactly 30 minutes. Excellent. And great to see when someone crams in 90 minutes of content in 30 minutes. I really, really, really enjoyed that. Thank you. I wrote down a few sort of notes just off the back of that really struck with me, that hopefully struck with you as well. And I think that taking a step back and realizing that individual giving probably is the purest form of fundraising is just a really lovely way to frame everything that was being spoken about. Also, that idea about if they don't donate, they don't hate you. Do you know what I mean? I think there's something that we have as fundraisers in our heads that think that might be the case, when in actual fact it might have just been the journey, or it might have been, you know, the way that they were looking at it. Also, any presentation that has a slide of the Human League is good in my book. And I think the thing that I really took away, two things that I took away, is that your competitors are not other charities. Your competitors in the digital space in particular are Netflix and the gym and the pub. And the pub is quite a competitor, so there's a big challenge there. And really good to see, we don't get enough of this in the sector, I don't think, of real life kind of live examples. I was really amazed at that UNHCR stuff. So thanks very much there Owen. Also, I think that iRaise are a partner in with Fundraising Everywhere on this event. So big thank you to that. And also a reminder to people to use the poll and feedback button to rate the session. So a lot of you are probably looking at me thinking, who is that strange potato-headed man? So I'll just quickly introduce myself before I pass on to Mana for the next session. So I'm Wayne Murray. I've been in charity land since last century. Half my career has been spent working directly for charities, and half has been spent sort of charity agency side. So charity side, I've had senior leadership positions at Prisoners Abroad, Amnesty International, and at Refugee Action. So sort of quite people-powered, mostly IG-driven mobilisation strategies. And agency side, I've normally worked in the guise of strategy director, whether that be fundraising strategy, brand strategy, engagement strategy. But against my better judgment, at the start of lockdown, I set up Humanity Squared. So Humanity Squared does all of that, but also focuses on kind of human-centered design and organizations that want to make quite transformative leaps with their organizations. So that's me. It's actually my 3-year anniversary of Humanity Squared on Halloween, which is, anyone who knows me will know that's a very Wayne thing to do. So just to introduce the next session, which starts in a couple of minutes, I just want to introduce Mana, who's the UK leader at Raisley. And the session title, which I think is a great one, is about using data and uplifts to maximise regular giving. And I think the sort of context for this, which Mana will talk about a lot more herself, is how to unlock sustainable giving by converting donors to regular givers. But obviously this is against the backdrop of continued pressure on the public due to the cost of living, and what organisations can actually do to adapt funding strategies to build lasting relationship with donors. Mana is UK lead for Raisley, and that's a free all-in-one fundraising platform that supports large and small charities launch successful fundraising campaigns. She's a real expert. She'll tell you a lot more about her background and what she does, but she's really passionate about creating positive change in the world and believes that everyone has the power to make a difference, which I fundamentally believe as well. So let's hand over now to Mana.
Thank you so much, Wayne, and thank you so much, Owen, for that incredible talk. I really, really enjoyed listening to that. I've got to echo Wayne. I absolutely love the idea of looking at our competitors as, you know, the pub and Amazon and so on, as opposed to other charities. Wayne, happy anniversary in advance. I hope you've got a very spooky anniversary party planned. So on to my talk. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today for my talk. Using data and AI modeling to uplift income. Most of this talk will be about demystifying AI modeling. I know that's something that's a bit of a hot topic at the moment. And here at Raisley, we've been doing a lot of work around that. I want to show you some live examples of charities that have dived in and have given us some really incredible results in terms of increasing their regular gifts as well as one-off cash gifts. I'll dive into that in a moment, but I definitely want to encourage you all to introduce yourself in the chat, say hello, let me know if your organization has ever used AI, and hopefully a few of the wonderful charities that I get to work with are also in the chat who are attending this talk. So if you have worked with Raisley or myself, please feel free to say hi as well. Finally, I really want to introduce my colleague Hayley from Raisley. She's in the chat and she will be answering questions as they come up. Now, I should have a few minutes at the end to answer questions. I'm hoping up to 10 minutes should I finish on time, but we never know how much I'll end up talking. So do go ahead and ask those questions as you go along. Now, let me go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Muna. Some of you may have heard me speak before at Fundraising Everywhere, which is obviously an incredible wealth of knowledge, and I really love trying to be part of as many of their events as possible. But some of you may have also come across me when I was working for the Bike Project, leading their fundraising and marketing departments. The Bike Project is an absolutely incredible charity based in London, but supporting across the West Midlands and the rest of the UK where possible. And I'm really pleased to say that I still work with the Bike Project in my capacity at Raisley. And in my capacity at Raisley, I get to work with charities large and small and help them with their fundraising, not just from a perspective of getting them live on Raisley, but also just having chats with them about the best way to get their campaigns to be more successful, as I'm sure many of you have heard me talk about as time goes on. Now, who's Raisley? We're a really proud B Corp. We're a fundraising platform that has helped charities across the world, across 7 territories so far since 2016, raise £500 million, and we're backed by the global ASG software community. Best-in-class fundraising has been our mission since we started in 2016, and we're pleased to offer 11 different templates, some of which you can see on your page right now. Charities can use these to build their next fundraising campaign. And as a platform, we're free to use for charities with no hosting, setup, or contract fees. We are currently powered by optional donor tips, and actually we will always be so. So if you want to chat, feel free to get in touch. Now, we've said it before, and we've said it over and over, but it's been such a hard few years, hasn't it? Between the cost of living, which seems to continue to press on, donor exhaustion, frankly, due to the news, due to shocking and harrowing events across the world that just don't seem to be giving anyone a break, and a lack of digital investments within charities due to cost and reasons. Sometimes it's been really, really hard to see a way forward. And here at Raisley, we've been trying to find cost-efficient ways to support charities to find that way forward. Now, one thing that's been a really hot topic is about predictive modeling, using data, and how does that feed into AI? So could that be an answer? Obviously, AI has been causing a lot of excitement in the charity industry, as well as in the wider sectors, other sectors as well. Research has shown that the vast majority of charity leaders do agree that AI could be relevant to their charities. I'd love to know at this point if this is one of you, even if you wouldn't call yourself a leader, is AI something that you're really interested in? Feel free to pop it in the chat. Having said that, though, it's only 4 in 100 charities that are currently actually using AI. There's probably a huge range of reasons for this, but one of the things that I would probably say, and some of you may agree with me, is that it can be a really daunting undertaking. There are so many different AI tools. How and when do you implement this? And also, at a time when we're all stretched so very thin on every level, is doing a full infrastructure overhaul or diving headfirst into something that may not have been tested and tried really the best way to do? Now, at Raisley, we've actually actively been using AI and machine learning modeling to inform a lot of our business decisions. And we sat down and kind of put our heads together and thought, well, how can we use this business, these AI and machine learning information that we've gathered to help the charities? So machine learning continues for us to be used for deep analysis and optimization, particularly of our donation form. And that's what I'm going to spend a lot of time today talking about. Essentially, how we have come to suggestions for donation amount handles and regular giving upsell asks. So remember what Jane mentioned, much of this talk will be about how can you build sustainable development and how can you actually increase the regular giving that you get in as a charity. And this is regular giving across backs, direct debit, but also across recurring card payments. We've got some incredible news to share of these results, and I'll tell you that straight off the bat. But I do want to emphasize that we use predictive modeling to assess how our donation form is laid out and how we can use it to maximize conversion rates. Now, here comes the good news. I'm going to share it up front. Organizations that have been using the AI modeling across Raisley have seen a 48% increase in donations. I know that that seems really, really too good to be true, but I'm going to dive into how the data kind of came through, our analysis of the data, and how we came to that number of 48%. First, let me go ahead and show you how the AI predictive modeling works on our donation form. So here's our donation form. I'm going to let it cycle all the way through. So you can see that it's got a giving monthly nudge, and then there is another upsell here. Let me go ahead and play that for you again. Is it going to let me play that? There we go. So you've got the first nudge here, giving monthly, which has a greater impact. If one donor cycles back to the one-off gifts and picks a one-off gift, it then gives a very gentle nudge to become a regular seller, a regular donor. Now, we know the impact regular giving can have on organizations using Raisley. We've been working with them for a long time. We want it to be front and center of our new donation form. So a huge number of donors actually don't know that they can donate regularly, or they don't know the impact it can have on your organization. I'm going to talk a little bit more about marrying the donation amount and the impacts in a few slides. But we wanted our new donation form to change that. We wanted to help organizations really put the ask for regular giving front and center. So two key elements that we brought in that you will have just seen: that regular giving nudge on the first page, telling them that giving monthly has a greater impact, and a whole new upsell step that doubles the uptake of regular giving with no overall impact on conversion. We use something called generalized linear mixed models. So I want to be really clear that at Raisley, we take our responsibility to give you accurate information really, really seriously. We are a really flexible platform, so we've got thousands of charities that are currently using Raisley, and that means we're looking at data from a wide variety of these campaigns. Some are really massive campaigns with big teams that raise millions of dollars, and some are not just dollars but pounds, but some are local campaigns with one person behind the scenes. So we want to make sure that we present that the data that we're seeing represents a typical campaign and isn't overly influenced by the very large charities who are, of course, doing amazing work, but we're not all working in large charities. So we use what's called generalized linear mixed models, and that controls for each campaign individually and measures the overall impact. We used 130,000 donations across 49 nonprofit organizations and charities. This includes CICs and others. And then each of these campaigns had switched from a non-AI influenced donation form to a new AI influenced donation form that uses that AI and predictive modeling. So they had recent donations through our previous donation form as well as through the new donation form. So here's an example of our new donation form in the wild, the Unbelievable Shore Mind. I love this campaign. It's a live campaign at the moment. Absolutely gorgeous campaign as well. As you can see, you are able to also switch that nudge off if you like. Each of these steps can be switched off. So average donation per unique user has been up 48%. How have we come to this? You can see the numbers has gone up from £3.19 to £4.73. How have we come to this data? Well, there are two overall metrics that contribute to this 48% increase in fundraising. So first is our conversion rate. This AI modeling is converting 20% better than our previous form itself that didn't use AI modeling. And secondly, the average donation per transaction is up 24%. So not per unique user, per transaction. So combine these two factors, add up in 48% increase of those campaigns that are using AI modeling. A big part of the increase in average donation is the fact that we've been pushing, and charities have been pushing donors to sign up for that regular giving subscription. Again, this includes backs and recurring card payments. And when we looked into the data of how these charities were, the numbers between these charities, we are actually assessing fundraising for these donors by multiplying it by 12 months. That's the kind of average that we expect someone to be using regular giving. However, the average on Raisely itself is actually 24 months. Many donors do want to interact with charity for 2 years, and many much longer. So these changes are making a big difference. So overall, fundraising through regular giving is up 66% per unique visitor. And this is made up through the number you'll see on your screen at the moment. Regular giving conversion rate has increased up to 39% from 0.18 to 1.1. And the average regular giving donation amount is up 19% from £12.29 to £14.66. Now, when we run a direct A/B test on regular giving upsell, we saw that it doubled regular giving per unique user and per unique visitor. So the results that I'm telling you here are slightly different because we're looking at a smaller subset of campaigns that have moved from V2, which is without AI, before AI, to the new form that uses AI modeling. And this has slightly softened the impact of the results. Here's another fantastic campaign of Mind Devon, who have been using the new form. Now, I'm going to go into a bit more of the technical work here because I guess one of the main questions that you might have is, how do we get to these suggestions? Like, where are we getting the numbers from? How are we making a decision on what that regular gift suggestion should be? The suggested regular donation amount will be personalized to each donor based on their selected one-off donation amount. So if a donor picks £20, they will get a different suggestion of what their monthly regular donation should be. So if a donor picks a £20 one-off gift, they'll get a different monthly suggestion versus if a donor picks £50 or £100 and so on. Again, we're using that advanced machine learning and experimentation to identify the best regular donation amount for each donor. As the data grows, as we're using more AI predictive modeling, we'll be able to add in a lot more of these. So charities are really benefiting from the fact that individuals are able to see exactly the impact that their regular gift will have on the charity itself. Auto-optimization is not new. Lots of organizations across a variety of sectors have been using this, but it does show how you as an organization can bring this into your fundraising without having to invest in a huge infrastructure overhaul. But that's not all. I mean, predictive modeling is really incredible, and AI optimization is clearly proving to be successful for some organizations who've chosen to bring this into their fundraising pages. Something that I personally am really excited about is actually personalizing a donation form itself. And this is a way that you can actually go further with personalization. I've talked about this before. I'm probably always going to talk about this. It's something that I just love banging on about. How can you use your donation form to communicate with your donor and make it personalized, but make it also easier for them to actually check out? So let's say that you've got data on your donors. You know what their last gift was, and you know how often they've given. You can pull that data into a merge field, into an email blast. Now, many of you will have done this before with direct mail, but this is how you can do it via email as well. You can collect your data and you can for your next campaign, send out to your current database and thank them. First of all, as we should always thank our donors for their previous gift. Mr. Joe Smith, thank you so much for your previous gift of £50 to our last winter appeal. Are you able to donate again? And then there's a button. That button will have a personalized URL link. That link will be able to send Mr. Joe Smith to a donation page that has their name pre-filled and could potentially even have their donation amount pre-filled based on last year's donation amount or the last time that they donated. It doesn't necessarily have to be last year. And you could also have a suggestion of an increase that you might want, obviously explaining why that increase is necessary and how that impact will really support you as a charity. Finally, you can even pre-select a gift for the donor. I'm a huge fan of these kind of campaigns because it makes it really simple for an individual to feel appreciated. As you can see, their name is already there. They don't just feel as a nameless donor to you. They can see that you are engaging with them and speaking to them directly. And it also increases conversion because it's already, a lot of the information has already been pre-filled and pre-selected for them. So it's very simple for them to go ahead and click that checkout. Now, if this is something that you find really interesting, that's fantastic. But I do want to finish on a quick note that the human touch remains ever, ever important. So you'll have heard me probably speak about storytelling before, but when it comes to me, there are lots of things that you can do on your donation page to keep and get your donors excited and keep them excited. So part of that is storytelling, as I mentioned, throughout the donation form itself. Don't remove someone from your from their donation, from your main page, your home page, or any other page where they understand the cause and you are really explaining what their support can do, and put them in front of a page that doesn't explain exactly where the donation is going and what it will pay for. I'm a huge fan of the shopping list. So you can marry the cause to the donation. You can even build that into the predictive AI modeling. So, you know, give £20 one off, which will pay for X, or give £20 every month and help X individuals over the course of 12 months. So you can really build that into the donation form that is using AI and predictive modeling to really increase regular giving and ensure that charities are having that sustained income throughout the year. Again, allowing donors to choose how they want to support you. Give them a wide variety of ways: one-off gifts, regular giving, recurring card payments, backs, PayPal, and so on. The more choices that an individual has, it just makes it simpler, because there will be one or two ways that they can support you, and the more options you give to them, the more likely it is that they have access to those one or two ways. And thanking. I've talked a little bit about thanking before, but thanking begins before the conversion. Thank donors for even landing on your charity page. Thank donors for even considering you, and thank them for just considering you, and also thank them for maybe considering other ways to give to you, whether that be through fundraising or other elements. I've got a bit of a giveaway here. So if you want to trial your, let me just show you an example of giving donors an easy why. A lot of charities that I've worked with already do this, but I just want to call out Girls Friendly Society, which does this really, really well. They are always marrying the donation amount to the impact that an individual will have. You can see that they're using the AI predictive modeling, upsell and nudge there within the donation form. I do have to say, this is something we always did at the Bike Project as well. Really clearly tangible a way of showing the impact of one's donation. Okay, for my giveaway now, if you're an attendee, I want to really give you the chance to use the AI modeling. So feel free to get in touch, and you can choose one of the 4 donation forms, donation form, end of year page, appeal page, or a giving day page with the AI optimization. It's kind of, a selfish ask. Obviously, I'll be able to help you, but the more information that we have, the better we can make the AI modeling within Raisely itself. So it's really, really important that we get much, much more data so that we can make it as fantastic as possible. I can see a couple of questions coming through. So final tips. I'm going to wrap up and then I'm going to answer some of those questions. Some of the final tips that I have, which I've mentioned, AI doesn't have to be expensive, exhaustive. It doesn't have to be scary. You don't need to bring it into every single part of your organization. I'm a huge fan of test and learn. And remember, test and learn. So even if it doesn't work out, you will have learned something. I know it can be really daunting to try something that looks as if it's failed, but you'll never have failed. You will have learned something. You have the data at your fingertips. Now, you either have the data of how individuals are interacting with your page itself, and if you don't have that data, of course, there are lots of different ways that you can start gathering that data. GA4 is just a simple way of doing it, Hotjar, and so on. But of course, you also have the data of your previous donors. You can give your donors a really strong why to donate. So it's about having that built-in impact front and center. Why are they donating? What will that £5, £10, £20 per month do? Or even what will that one-off gift do? It's really important to make sure that they feel any kind of help they can give you will go such a long way towards the charity. And don't be scared to push for regular gifting. I know that we're constantly talking about the cost of living. I know that it is really difficult and scary to push people to give to you regularly, but a big number of individuals are still donating. Yes, there has been a drop-off in recent years due to the pandemic and due to everything that's going on, but individuals, especially under 40, are still donating. Although the gap between donors who are under 40 and over 40 are reducing, people are still donating. And finally, the donation forms can be personalized to increase that conversion. So what you could do is you can build in the donation form and make sure that you're building in that information for individuals. Now, I'm going to take a couple of questions. Have I got time to take some questions? I'm not sure. I think maybe I do. A couple of minutes. Yeah, I think so. I'm going to go ahead and take some questions. So I've got a couple of questions here already. So that's Raisely. Abigail Hewson, you asked if Raisely integrates with Donify. We integrate with Salesforce and NXT, Raiser's Edge NXT, and we integrate with Donify through Zapier. We are actually working actively on a direct Donify integration with the Donify team. So we're hoping to have that released within a couple of months. So it would be great if you want to have a chat with that. Does Raisely integrate? Oh, lots of integration questions. Does Raisely integrate with eTapestry? Unfortunately not. eTapestry is a closed system and generally they're not very good at accepting integrations. So we don't do that. You can use something called Importacular for some of your other, that some of our other charities use. This is a tool that allows you to take information from Raisely and input it into your eTapestry. Okay, I've got another question. Jen Jackson, do you need to use a platform like Raisely for this, or is it possible through a charity's own website? Yeah, I think you can. There'll be other tools that you can use. I don't know if you can just use it. I think you will need to use a specific tool to help you do that predictive modeling, or you will have to get a developer to build that predictive modeling into your website. It's certainly possible. I would suggest looking out there to see what other tools are available. And I would definitely suggest that you go ahead and trial it out. I don't think that AI is really the most important thing that the charities are grappling with, just that my talk is about using that data. I'm a huge fan of having data available to you in your fingertips. Previously, I talked about using the data that you have to segment your audience. So this is another way that you could take your current donation form a step further. So if a particular segment, so for example, regular givers could have a donation form that has an increase in a regular giving ask. One-off cash donors could have a donation form that asks them to engage in regular giving for the first time, and using that language to make sure that you're reflecting the fact that you know that they're one-off givers and they've never given to you regularly previously. Again, the same for if you are reaching out to individuals who have contributed to a one-off or a time-specific appeal, such as your Christmas appeal, your summer appeal, and so on. Using data in any form can only be really helpful to you as a charity, as I mentioned, through either segmentation or that data modeling. Okay, do we have any other questions? I don't think we have any other questions. Fantastic. I know that Hayley has been answering questions busily in the chat. Within the delegation bag, your delegation bag, you'll have access to some of the resources that we're giving away. I will be giving away a regular giving framework, a step-by-step process that you can use to get your regular giving just a bit more polished if you need it. That has nothing to do with your current kind of AI modeling. We're also giving away a peer-to-peer framework, and of course we're giving you the chance to try out some of these pages and try out some of your AI modeling. I want to say a really, really big thank you to Fundraising Everywhere, who have been absolutely fantastic. Please go see some of the other talks today. It is a full diary of incredible talks. I can't wait to jump into some of the other talks as well. And so I will be hopping off into room 2 and then into the break room. So please feel free to get in touch with me either within the various chats now or email me at muna@raisley.com. Thank you again so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you so much for that. What a great presentation. Just like the previous one, I was scribbling down loads of notes, and I think one thing that really touched me was that idea of using nudges for regular giving rather than, you know, back in the old day, that really kind of quite blinkered, single-minded proposition. I think that's really lovely, and I was really inspired by the fact that, I say it all the time, but humans are amazing. You know, despite the world being on fire, people are still supporting, and things are growing, and that's we should remember that, even though there's a lot of context to the cost of living crisis that's happening at the moment. And also, I really appreciated a really human discussion about AI. You know, it's not just all about robot butlers. So that was great. So now what we're going to do is treat yourself to a break. Have a cuppa. Have a biscuit. Biscuits are great. In fact, put your fave biscuit in the chat, and then when we get back at 1:30, we can all have a massive argument about what the best biscuit is. Whilst you're on your break until 1:30, check out the delegate bag. Have a look in the breakout room if you want, see if anyone's knocking around in there. And we'll be back at 1:30, where Tom from GWD is going to be talking to us about how to delight donors with innovative fundraising tech. And I think we all deserve to be delighted. All right. See you at 1:30. Hello. Welcome back. For those of you that have been around previously, good to see you again. Those of you that have just arrived or come from another room, great to have you. This is room 2. So if you're expecting to see the angelic faces of Simon or Amber, I'm sorry to disappoint, you're in the wrong room. And we're about to kick off in a minute. And those of you that were around before may remember we're having some quite action-packed and hot biscuit chat. Looking through the chat, I'm quite amazed by the choices people have gone for, and I especially want to say to the person who chose cookies that they really need to have a bit of a word with themselves. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Wayne Murray. I'm the founder of Humanity Squared. I've worked in charity land since 1999. Individual giving, whilst I do all sorts of fundraising, individual giving is really close to my heart. Started off my career as a telephone and face-to-face fundraiser, and I'm really excited about this next session, which I'll just talk through in a minute. But before I do that, we have a responsibility to say thank you to event partners. So big shout out to Just Giving, Open, Daytaro, Beautiful Insights, Broccoli, who doesn't like broccoli, the Supporter Experience Collective, GWD, Raisley, iRaiser, Ask Direct, Homemade Digital, and platform provider Everywhere Plus. So it's a great pleasure now to introduce session 3. This session is by Tom Presland, who's a business development manager at GWD, and the title of this session is How to Boost Supporter Engagement and Delight Donors with Innovative Fundraising Technology. And I think looking at the sort of context of that and the question that Tom has posed out, which I absolutely love, is have you considered how supporters will be giving in 5 years' time? And it's always good to look to the future, but we also have to look at the context that we're working in at the moment. The third sector is in a very volatile place at the moment. We're in an increasingly cashless society. That's really paired with economic difficulties across the UK, and channels such as face-to-face in particular have really suffered because of that. So this session is going to be about kind of how can third sector organisations sustain and grow support for their cause in the next 5 years through innovation. And another great question that Tom has thrown out in his summary is this question around, the question isn't no longer do we need contactless, but how can we gain more from it? It's music to my ears as an ex-face-to-face fundraiser from kind of last century when, you know, we were dealing with wet paper in the rain and leaky biros. So Tom is the business development manager at GWD, and they are a tech for good company who specialise in contactless donation services based in Sheffield. Everything good seems to be based in Sheffield at the moment. Tom spends his workdays liaising with charities, helping them to identify fundraising ambitions and addressing any key challenges they may be facing. So really excited about this one, and we're going to pass over to Tom right now.
Thank you, Wayne, and thanks for the lovely introduction. And just so I don't forget, thank you to Fundraising Everywhere for having us on the conference today. I was a bit nervous joining the session just because I was hoping that an impromptu biscuit war didn't break out in the chat. Whilst I am passionate around biscuits, I'm not going to divide my audience in the first 10 seconds by deciding what mine is. So I will perhaps acknowledge it at the end of the session in the chat. So yeah, thank you so much for having us on the call. And I'm pleased to be talking to you all today around fundraising technology and how GWD have supported charities and fundraising organizations with the tech. So in terms of introductions, I'm Tom Presland. I'm the Business Development Manager here at GWD. You may have already heard of us as the supplier of the donation station. If this is your first time hearing about us, GWD support fundraising organizations to revolutionize their donation collection through contactless giving via the donation station. But in terms of boosting that support engagement and going even further, the device has also been used for things like digital customization, data capture, and experiential giving. Just trying to move my, there we go. So in terms of what we're currently facing on the landscape, there's already been some fantastic sessions today covering what fundraisers are facing and the climate. And what does that look like? I mean, we were going to call this session encouraging donations in a cashless society, because let's face it, every charity today will be wanting to do this. However, we believe there's more to fundraising technology than just encouraging donations alone. We actually see the value in building long-lasting relationships with supporters through technology, and we believe it's possible to do more with these tools, as well as the ones you've got, to help recover from the effects of the cost of living crisis in an increasingly cashless society. So again, talking more on the landscape, what are some of these particular challenges we're facing? Again, we've heard that phrase a few times now. We are heading to an increasingly cashless society. I read a really fascinating report from Barclays on the future of giving this year, and quite a bold statement they made was that by 2030, it is predicted that only 1 transaction in 10 will be completed with cash. Again, prompting that question that Wayne mentioned around, have you considered the behaviors of your donors in 5 years' time, even how many of them will be carrying cash? Based on that statement, it looks increasingly likely that the majority of your donors will be wanting to transact contactlessly, electronically. So this is one that I'm sure everyone is aware of. We're also very conscious from working with fundraisers like yourselves within the third sector that budgets and resources are being strained more than ever, and charities are increasingly having to balance the rising demand for services with limited resources to deliver them. I know that daily, picking up conversations and talking with fundraising managers, I know how challenging it is out there on the landscape and how much work there is to go at. And furthermore, there are also many reports and statistics I'm sure everyone is seeing and reading every day, highlighting the concern that donation income is declining across the sector as we come out of the pandemic and go through a cost of living crisis. And again, this can start to impact charitable behaviours in the public. So, I mean, those bits all sound a bit doom and gloom. However, as everyone is inspiring today, we are still very much hopeful that charities can overcome these challenges. Regardless of the aforementioned challenges, one key aspect that has come up numerous times on sessions I've watched today is that generosity isn't wavering in the public, and your supporters still wish to continue to give. So actually, this is just a conversation around how charities just need to find the best way for them to do so. Again, so establishing some of the avenues, whether it's digital or physical, one-off donations or regular giving. And again, whether you're looking at individual givers or major donations, the consistent theme here is it all comes down to supporter engagement through those channels. So how do we encourage supporter engagement, and where does contactless fundraising potentially fit into all of this? Whether you're at the start of your contactless journey, brand new to it, or perhaps some of you are further down the line, you're already researching or already experiencing it, there are 3 regular barriers that we see at GWD that fundraisers struggle with on a daily basis. The first one is lack of knowledge and resources. And again, a lot of people are new to this concept. A lot of people are at early stages. There can sometimes feel like there's a lack of knowledge. But the solution for us is quite obviously that we need to work together as a sector to share our experiences, knowledge, and suggestions through networking with your peers in the third sector and at events, ironically, a bit like we're doing today. But it truly does emphasize the value of events like these, that we can share ideas, share thoughts, and encouragement that solutions do work, and there are other solutions out there for you to explore. Through that research and through going through these events, one of the key words that we are always cautious of is that it can feel overwhelming. There are so many solutions out there, whether that is contactless or something else like many of the sessions I've covered today. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. It may feel like the third sector is moving at 100 miles an hour, with other charities implementing the latest tech and overhauling their fundraising strategy for the 4th or 5th time this year. It can be easy to get sucked into unnecessary change. Our solution is don't rush into a decision. These things can take time. It does take a bit of research and diligence and actually just identifying your needs and the right solutions to implement them. Through rushing, it can often lead onto our third barrier, which is common, which is concern around making the wrong choice. How will you know the solution will work? How will you know if your donors, your audience will like it? Well, for us, it may seem like an obvious solution, but we feel it is really important and valuable to involve donors in the actual conversation. If you can talk to your donors, survey them, analyze trends and things, and understand their behaviors, if you know what they want, it can make it so much easier to narrow down that decision in terms of your approach. And one that isn't on here, but again, I thought of it today to add is there are comparative tools that you can use, whether that's through your providers or whether that's online tools. We often have different comparative tools and websites nowadays for insurance and everything else. It doesn't stop at fundraising solutions. So don't hesitate to research, talk to providers. You can talk to companies just like GWD. So in terms of contactless fundraising, what is the realm of possibility? To re-emphasize my opening statement, contactless fundraising can revolutionize your donation collection, not only to maximize your income through allowing people to tap to donate, but also to raise awareness of your cause or causes that you're fundraising for, whether that's events, to understand your donors better, and also to allow your donors to continue the engagement with you beyond the initial interaction, whether that's through contactless or face-to-face. Tech can allow you to re-engage that conversation. We actually surveyed a selection of our donation station customers, and we actually asked them what was the most important aspects when it comes to contactless giving. Unsurprisingly, and I'm sure you will all resonate with these responses, the first one and the top one is a return on investment. That is an absolute no-brainer, and it is of the utmost importance. I often refer to it as the elephant in the room, because whilst we don't like talking about money, ultimately, if you're spending money, you want to see a return. So that is absolutely an importance. Secure, consistent donations. Again, we want something that works seamlessly. We want donors to feel that their donations are secure when transacting and that it is easy and efficient to do so. And again, one of the probably the most fascinating one for me, it's probably not too fascinating in terms of what it is, but one of the top ones was gift aid integration. Again, so this is almost a secondary benefit beyond the tap to donate, but I'm sure all of you are aware of the importance and the value of gift aid and how it can boost that income and that engagement with the charity. So how do we ensure these benefits are being used to their full potential in order to optimize engagement and boost your donations? Well, I'm going to now share some insights through some case studies of existing GWD customers and that we've worked on throughout the years and how we've supported them on the points we've discussed through the donation station. Just to remind you as well, these case studies will also be available in our delegation bag if you do want some further context to the narrative. So the first point is around creating opportunities, using inclusive tools to create these opportunities. The first step to create them for engagement, i.e. provide your donors with a way to donate easily and securely. We're talking about this in the realms of contactless, but this isn't any different in terms of online donations, face-to-face fundraising. It's about making it accessible for your audience. So it doesn't really matter what the method is, as long as you know your donors engage with it. For example, if you do know that your donors all prefer to give online, there wouldn't be much use spending time and money on implementing contactless devices. You should be optimizing your website, collaborating with online giving platforms. And again, some of the other organizations that are presenting and have presented today, I'm sure can help you. However, you may want to use contactless to identify those trends. And you may see that your donors do want to give face-to-place, as we call it. So the first two examples I want to share with you. The first one is on the left. This is Sheffield Museums Group. So we're based in Sheffield. They're a local customer of ours. We've supported Sheffield Museum Groups with contactless devices for a few years now. And as the relationship has continued, we've been able to go beyond just being a supplier and have consulted with them on the challenges they've faced and ways to improve efficiency and engagement with their audience. One of the significant challenges they actually faced halfway through their contactless giving experience was around reliability of network within the museums. Now, from my experience when dealing with these issues, typically customers can initially feel this is a downfall of the tech and there's concerns around the functionality and the ability of the tech and become disgruntled. But one of the things that we did was by working together with the museum, by having our dedicated support team reach out to them, we were able to distinguish that 4G solutions as an alternative to Wi-Fi could provide greater reliability around the location and actually address the problem that they had pretty quickly. Furthermore, I think what this did was it increased the trust from them in our support, and we consulted with them even further, allowing us to identify their supporter trends. And actually, in one of their locations, we were able to identify that the majority of their audience was still largely cash-based, although the other museums were probably transitioning to that contactless. So actually, what this resulted in us was working together with them to provide a cash contactless hybrid alongside their additional devices, which maximized engagement across their sites and tailored the needs to their audience. On the right-hand side, we have the Ashmolean Museum, which is a part of the Oxford University Group. And we actually went one step further with the consultative approach to provide workshops with them on visitor personas and behavior analysis to improve visitor experience. As well as this, we also provided case studies. We did role play scenarios, as well as providing research to ultimately align stakeholders involved in the fundraising team to maximize income potential through technology and through contactless fundraising. So now that you've chosen the right solution for your organization, the next step is what we've been talking around, is how do we encourage your donors to be supporters? The second step for us to encouraging more support with the use of contactless is through strong visuals, powerful messaging, as well as positioning. For example, in the context of our donation station, in terms of branding, whether that's both physical and or digital, this can help create a strong presence for the device. It can catch attention and motivate donors to give more generously and more frequently. Likewise, the position of the device will absolutely affect the people engaging with it. If it's tucked away without any clear messaging in the corner of an entrance or exit or part of the cafe, without any messaging, etc., how will visitors know to approach it? How will people know that it's in use, that is a tool that they can engage with your charity? Again, two more examples. We have Riverbourne Community Farm. These are another customer of ours who actually found great success with our Skinny donation station, which is a freestanding device that they place at the farm to give one-off visitors a way to make donations to them, but engage even further with the charity. The one device alone boosted their overall donation income by 20% in 2022, simply through giving donors a point of access via powerful messaging and branding to encourage visitors to approach the device and donate. On the right-hand side, we also worked with Communicorp. These are a marketing provider supporting Capital Radio's Christmas toy appeals each year in different shopping malls around the country. The organization established the need to provide shoppers a more interactive approach to donating money alongside donating toys into their Dropbox, and found that having our Slim donation station, which is a wall-mounted device, as part of their bespoke built branding boards that they had in the center aisles of shopping centers, actually encouraged donors to make ad hoc donations alongside toys in an intuitive manner and through the device that provided strong messaging and interactive branding to attract the attention in a passive and non-pressurized manner, i.e. not shaking the cash box at them, which some people don't resonate with. So there's the final step for us. You've established the requirement for contactless. You've established a method for engaging your supporters initially or your donors. Now that you have the donations coming in, how can you actually maximize the tech and use secondary benefits of the technology to make it go even further? How can we turn those one-off donations into regular giving, for an example? It can be done in many different ways, depending on the provider, depending on the solution. But a few examples that we can certainly provide with is things such as data. So it can track data, allowing you to analyze peak donation times, trends, and you can adapt your contactless strategy accordingly to that data. Again, we've mentioned gift aid a few times, which is really important, but you can immediately boost that intake of income by 25% for a streamlined method of collecting gift aid. And again, you can use the data that you collect from the device to reach out to past donors, whether they are one-off visitors or regulars that have not approached the charity in a while, to inspire them to take up regular giving, inspire them to turn up to more events, to volunteer. The list is endless in terms of how you reach out to them. And again, final couple of examples of how you can maximize engagement with your donors is through expanded interaction, such as gift aid, such as data capture, to learn more about those trends and continue the dialogue. Two great examples of this that I've both worked with these organizations. The first one on the left is the West Somerset Railway Heritage Trust. They had great success with their gift aid claim. As you can see, the number of people that gift aided was huge. Additionally, to give you some context, they also fundraised for specific causes through the device. So again, something tech can do is raise awareness of multiple causes. But through the device, they were able to understand which causes resonated with their donors the most strongly and adapted their campaign accordingly. Additionally, on the right-hand side, we have Keswick Ministries, and we worked with them as part of their largest annual 3-week event to raise donations through the device. Again, they were ambitious to capture, their ambition was to capture gift aid declarations and raise money for separate causes. And their feedback to us was extremely positive after the event. And they actually informed us that it helped them establish the behaviors of their donors at the event, who interestingly, they actually discovered probably the online giving was a more popular approach, but they weren't able to establish that until they had contactless. So again, sometimes trialing something can lead you to understanding your donor's behavior with another method. But again, it was also able to raise awareness of their different causes, which ultimately felt like their audience wasn't being made aware of enough. So it helped them to continue that messaging beyond the event. Just to re-emphasize once more, if you're interested in learning about any of these case studies I've gone through in further context, as well as others, they will be in our delegation bag, but you can also visit the website where we have a blog with several case studies. The final point of what we want to get to as we sort of close off the session is we wanted to give you all some overall tips on what we think helps. And it is relaying some of the information we've discussed. So we wanted to recap by sharing these tips. Again, we have produced a tip sheet, which will be available in our delegation bag to give you these quick tips and tricks around the context of contactless. So the first one is to re-emphasize the point of working collaboratively. Not only is it as a sector, but whether it's with your provider, with your donors, or other organizations, I think the key point is working together. I know from talking to a lot of fundraising managers, fundraising organizers, etc., your day-to-day can feel stretched and you can feel like you're being pulled in 20 directions. Allow other organizations to be part of your team indirectly, but just as valuably. Valuably, I'm not sure that's a word, but you know the point. The second tip is focus on your charity mission, on your individual mission. What works for you might not work for other charities. The clearer you are around your fundraising ambitions and values, the easier it is to align your research in terms of finding those solutions. And probably my favorite tip, if I'm being honest with you, is if in doubt, try it out. Testing, whether it's trialing a device, playing around with positioning, whether you're testing messaging, branding, find out what best resonates with your supporters through trialing. Furthermore, we try to make our products at the donation station as accessible as possible through trial periods, through rentals, and the other providers will have similar offers. If providers work exclusively with charities and those with fundraising needs, they will be aware of the challenges you're facing, and we believe they will be open to the idea of testing. So reach out to them and start the conversation. suggest how you wish to roll this out, how you wish to begin to get the ball rolling. If you know you need to trial a product before committing to a decision or taking to a committee, etc., and the provider isn't willing to offer this, ultimately that might help you narrow down your decision, because the level of support may not be there. But again, I just want to close off before I take any questions. Hopefully we've got time for some questions, by thanking you all for attending the session today. I really do hope that going through our insights has managed to encourage you all to consider adopting technology, contactless technology, even as part of your fundraising strategies, and working together with other providers, organizations to understand your needs, not only to increase your donation income, but to learn more about your supporters and donors and make it as accessible as possible for them to continue supporting you as the world continues to interact more and more digitally every day. Thank you once again to Fundraising Everywhere for having us on the event today. Really looking forward to continue watching some of the other sessions. But please do reach out to us if you'd like further support and guidance around technology, how it can revolutionize your fundraising. And I'm hoping I can stick around a bit for some questions. I know my colleague has also been in the chat today, answering some questions. So I'm going to see what my skills are like reading through the chat and answering them, if we've still got time. Let me have a look yet. Let me have a look and see. As you'll notice, my reading skills through the chat are quite slow. So we've got Julia's House Children's Hospice. How is gift aid ask integrated, personal data captured? What percentage of those who donate by contactless go on to gift aid? So it can really depend on your audience. In terms of how it's captured, it will be through simple questions. So gift aid, in terms of GWD and the donation station, which is what I can relate it to directly, we ask for the essential info as part of the claim form when it comes to gift aid. So it's just their name, title, postcode and house number. Very quick, very clear visual keypad that they can interact with, and it will collect those and we can provide reporting around that, so you can submit to HMRC as part of your claim back. And we can also potentially work with back office systems that can claim that on your behalf, etc. In terms of the percentage, as I mentioned, it does vary. What I would say is it has been considerably high this year. From my experience looking at gift aid data across different sectors, different types of organizations, if you do have it as a function on the device, I've seen over 50% probably across the board providing gift aid. So it is a considerable amount. I hope that answers your question, but don't hesitate to hold me to account if I haven't. The second question from Vanessa, can you compare interactions with contactless devices in different types of organizations, e.g. museums versus charity shops versus heritage centers, churches, and so on location, e.g. the shopping center that you mentioned? What settings would rank highest? Again, it really is dependent on the audience. It depends on placement. It really is important to assess that, and sometimes that's through using the device in different locations, or whether it's just assessing that before getting a device. What I would say, and what I usually do, is have a conversation around footfall versus dwell time. It is commonly thought that the highest footfall areas will achieve the maximum results. It isn't always the case. In the context of the shopping center, placing it in the highest footfall area will probably actually create crowding, create queues, and that can disillusion or almost block the view of the donation station. So actually, you want it somewhere where people can dwell, where people can stick around for a moment. It's noticeable, but there is traffic going through the location. Churches, for example, it probably is more common in exit areas, entrance areas, typically if people are talking to the vicar at the end of the service, etc. They will probably spend time talking to the vicar, and while some people are waiting, they can donate and things. Charity shops, museums, again, I've sort of spoke to them. Putting it right on the front door it may seem like a good idea in terms of the footfall, but again, it's understanding donor behaviors. When someone walks into a location like a museum or perhaps a hospital is something I've worked with as well. Hospices, their first thought is probably getting their bearings, understanding where they need to be. It's not necessarily around making a donation the moment they're there. So you want to perhaps put it somewhere where they've had a good experience and they've ended up at a finishing point where they think, actually, I feel really positively, or I care a lot about the work that I've seen there and I want to donate. So it's difficult to rank. And so it's difficult to give a definitive answer, but I can consult on more aspects like I've gone through there. So hopefully that helps somewhat answer your question. Yeah, I'm just checking to see if there's any more questions. I'm sure some have been answered by my colleague. So yeah, I think that is everything answered. What I will do is I will stick around in the chat. If there's any more questions that come up, we'll move. We'll stay in room 2, but we'll move on to the chat, etc. So we'll continue supporting you with questions, etc. But once again, thank you so much for joining today. Feel free to have a chat with us, not only today, but in the future. And again, thank you once more to Fundraising Everywhere for having us. We've really enjoyed being here and going to enjoy ourselves watching some more sessions. Whilst I make myself a tea and have a biscuit, I've got malted milks on my desk. So they are my biscuit of choice.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, Tom. What a nice guy. I really enjoyed that. Malted milk, that's a pretty old school choice, which I am here for. Yeah, brilliant presentation. Thanks to Tom and to GWD for supporting the event. And as always, I was scribbling away loads of notes there, but one thing that I kept riffing on was just like big love and support for people who are really at the front and the sharp end of fundraising, whether that be in retail, whether that be collections, whether that be face-to-face, telephone, direct dialogue. All those people are really amazing. It's magic, that sort of fundraising. It's proper human connection. I see you, and a big thank you. And if any of you have got experience of those forms of fundraising on your CV as well, whack it in the chat and give yourselves a big up, because it's it's proper fundraising, that is. It also made me think just how contactless not only has revolutionized everything, but continues to revolutionize things. That donation station, one, it's amazing, and two, I can't stop saying the words donation station. That's really sticky, so well done there. I really liked that idea, which was always a big discussion in direct dialogue as well, about footfall versus dwell time. Sometimes the most busy locations are not necessarily the best for fundraising, so sort of understanding human behavior and why people are there, and kind of where those points for donation could be. Is it better an exit rather than an entrance, as Tom was really eloquently saying? I think things like that, and understanding where people are in their head and when is the right time for them to be donating, is absolutely brilliant. And I also really applaud Tom's approach in terms of working together. Anyone who has had anything to do with me, and anyone who has seen the blog that I put out in the last week, what the sector really needs now is partnership and collaboration and cross-sector collaboration to really solve some of the big issues that we have, and we can only do that together. So big up Tom for living that as well. So we move on. The next session I'm really excited about. It's from Athar. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Do correct me if I have, who's head of social at the mighty CR UK. And the session is titled "Which Baskets Are Right for My Social Media Eggs?" And Athar has written the most incredible kind of synopsis of this, which I'm basically going to read word for word because it's awesome. And it's framed along the lines of, with channels like Threads emerging and Twitter on the brink of an Elon Musk-induced implosion, how do you decide where to concentrate your efforts? So they're going to show us how. And the promise is that you'll leave with a really clear understanding of what purpose each channel can realistically serve for you and your audience, which is music to my ears, because anyone who follows me on social media will know that I just put the same old nonsense on absolutely every other channel. But you know, each to their own. I'd like to learn the right way to do it. So with more than 10 years charity social experience gained a broad range of charities such as Age UK, the British Heart Foundation, RNLI, and now Cancer Research UK, Athar has a wide understanding of social for a variety of channels, charitable audiences and campaigns. It's my great pleasure to hand over now and to sit back and learn.
Hi guys, sorry, I'm just in the middle of some technicals. Right. While that happens, sorry. Yeah, so I'm just going to talk over what would have been my opening slide. But so today, I really want to. I want to talk about how we can use social, and I really want to keep it scalable. So, although I want to come up with something that we can all do, I want to make sure that it's not excluding the smaller charities and doing the big ones. Hold on, I'm really sorry. I'm once I've got my slides up, I can relax a bit. Okay, we're seeing that now. Great. Okay, I can relax a bit now. Sorry about that. So today the idea is that I want to keep things scalable so that everything I say can be used by a small charity or a large charity. And I want us to, as a group, sort of like agree on what's not important, decide what is, and to be honest, that's not something we'll do as a group. I've kind of already done that for us, but I'm sure we'll reach consensus, and then focus on those things which are important. And then I think I'm going to try and whiz through my slides so that I can take as many questions as possible. I think, you know, the proof's in the pudding, and if I can answer your questions based on what I presented, that should really help. So my builds aren't working, so these have all come out at once. But what's not important, and I think these are all things that we would have been asked to report on or to prioritize, that I don't think is important. So follower counts it's a bit of a vanity metric, isn't it? I mean, there's no point in having people following your account if it's not quite right for them or they're not engaging with it. It's, you know, it has to serve a purpose, and the purpose isn't to have the audience just there. Being on every channel is not as important as people think. I think as we go through this presentation, we'll discuss more how understanding your audience and where they live and what they expect from the channel should drive that. Nothing should be arbitrary. Being on a channel just because it's there and other people are on there, it definitely isn't the answer. And if you've got resource issues and you're one person and social media is just part of your wider remit, then you know, being selective and focusing your efforts is really important. So that's something I want people to get out from today as well. Posting every day, not important. It might be on some channels more than others, but it's not an objective in and of itself. The objective isn't your objective shouldn't be based on the number of posts or the number of followers. It should be based on performance. Social media is performance marketing in a way, and so you have got metrics which mean something to you and reflect how well the audience has received your content. So that's what the focus should be. Hopping on trends, like, yes, when the hashtag is trending, if you get on it, your reach might benefit from it, but is that trend relevant to you? Are you welcome in that conversation? Does your post really sit amongst the other content on that trend? It can easily backfire, and we're all only ever really aware of when things work for other brands, and when things don't work as much, we just don't know about it. But there's many a horror story as well, people hopping on trends, it not being quite right for them, and then the backlash being there. going viral, I'm sure anybody that manages a social media account would have heard the request for something that they've done or a campaign to go viral. Obviously, that also isn't an objective, and it's not something you can plan. And when things do go viral, it's very rarely what you expect. I've had a few Facebook posts go viral in my time, and never really the ones that I thought. It's a bit of a mixed blessing. I mean, we did one when I was at Age UK on Facebook. There, we did a post. We used to take our posts about old people doing amazing things around the world and kind of repurposing for social. We had one post about a lady that was knitting hats for small children in Africa, and that went viral, and we got loads of calls from people wanting to interview her and meet her, and we were just like, well, we don't really know her. It's just a story that we found. That was, and that just happened, and you can't, and it's even harder to do that when it's manufactured, when it's a campaign, or when you're trying to get a very particular message over. It's the stories that capture people's imaginations, not really your brand message or your key messages. They're not what's going to ever go viral. Public statements on current events. So, this comes up a lot. So when the national mood or there's all attention suddenly switches to an issue, we'll quite often see those statements coming up from brands, and sometimes it makes a lot of sense and other times it doesn't. And again, just like hopping on trends, if it's not relevant, you're gonna get comments asking why you've done it, and sometimes there's no reason for you to have done it. And then TikTok, I'm sure, again, that's a hot topic for a lot of people, and it's not important yet. It's a huge platform. Lots of people are all over it. But is it right for you? Is your audience on there? Like, everything has to be a really sort of informed decision. Like, all of these things are things we can do. They're all tactics that we use, but whether or not they're important or bankable, that's up for debate. So what is important? And really, it boils down to two big things. Engagement rate, I would say, is the only metric that is important when it comes to reporting on social, because it's universal to all channels. So it's your impression, it's your total number of interactions, so likes, comments, and shares, for example, as a percentage of the total impressions. And what's so useful about that is the size of your audience no longer is important as a factor. The channel itself isn't a factor, so you can compare your engagement rate on Twitter versus that on Facebook. And I am going to keep saying Twitter, I won't say X. And so it's that leveling, it's the leveling of the playing field, and it allows you to compare any piece of social content around it with each other. And then the other important thing is obviously your audience. Like, is your audience made up of real life people? I've managed accounts of varying sizes, and the larger an account becomes, the more bots it attracts. And so the actual percentage of followers that are genuine users sort of starts to go down as the bots sort of swarm on onto your account. What do they want to hear from you? This is when your audience is segmented. You have a fundraising audience, for example, supporters, beneficiaries. What do each of those groups want to hear from you, and how do you marry that to the correct social channel? You kind of know all of this, and I think it's about having a data-led approach with your audience. How can you make them ambassadors and advocates and amplifiers of your message? Social media, the clue's there. It's social. It should be two-way. It should be active. It shouldn't just be the broadcasting of your key messages and your campaign messages. Or it should reflect your audience needs more than your sort of internal taxonomies and priorities. If you're getting that stuff out there in a way that's engaging, then your audience can suddenly amplify your message. So if you have a really engaged audience, which you know because you know your engagement rate and it's not bad, then if you serve them the right content and ask them directly to share it, or give them content that is naturally shareable, then it will happen for you. They could be ambassadors. When I'm talking about ambassadors, it's when they post on their own accounts about your work. So they're not going to do that. Well, they might well do that because the work you do is excellent, but you can also provide them with a way in to do that. It could be through, you could run a social campaign where you ask your audience to share their experiences on their channels, and using that hashtag and putting it all together. You know, it's a standard campaign. I'm sure we've all done similar things, but it's how we think about them in the context in which we do that. Can they provide you with content? You know, a lot of the best social media posts that I've ever posted have come from our audience. If they see themselves reflected in your posts, so if your social posts have got your audience in them front and center, the photography isn't necessarily polished studio professional photography, but it's stuff that has been shot on a phone, then people will think, well, yeah, then my stuff can do that. I could be featured on that page. And I've definitely seen that the more that we've done that over time, the more people have submitted content for posting. So that's really important. And then could they be your influencers? I mean, when we're talking about influencers, the old way of thinking about it is if you get somebody with a massive audience to post on their channel, you get the extra reach, and that's really great. But actually, I favor working with our supporters to get content for us to put on our channels and give us that authenticity, which is really key. And although all of these tactics apply to every channel, once you get the data, that's where the decision as to which channels to pursue will kind of those questions will answer themselves a little bit. If you have a good understanding of what audience exists on, what the typical audience on each channel looks like, and then kind of overlay that over your different segments, it kind of starts to make a bit more sense. So how should you guys take this information and use it? And I think I've already said it, but starting with the followers you have rather than focusing on trying to build your audience is a bit of a no-brainer. And we look at our engagement rate and interaction rates, and they're actually very low, because what we've got at CR UK is like huge audience following, but actually our number of total interactions, engagements are pretty much the same as people with much smaller channels. Like, your number of interactions is not directly proportionate to your number of followers by any stretch of the imagination. So if you can get it right for the audience that you already have on the channels that you're already on, and you can push up your engagement rate, that will also help you understand what you need to do on other channels. You can't, if you just launch on a new channel without having done any of this legwork, and you just trying to push out that content, unless it's tried and tested as a methodology on some of your other channels, I think you might struggle. Calculating your current engagement rate. So one thing about engagement rate is, to the uninitiated, the numbers are low. So a good engagement rate on any channel is anything upwards of 3%. So when you're trying to impress your bosses by saying you got a 3.5% engagement rate, it might not always land, but it is benchmarked, and that is roughly what you're looking at. And if you're anywhere in that 3 to 5% mark, you're doing well, and then you're serving that audience well, and then you can potentially look at how you can replicate that engagement rate on other channels. And using the data that you already have to inform those decisions. So you will have data that's coming directly from the social media platforms around your audience and their demographics, their locations. You will also have similar data that you can pull from your CRM. So if you feel that you want to activate fundraisers on social and you've got a nice strong CRM database of those fundraisers, get that demographic data out, sort of almost draw a pen portrait of that fundraiser, and then think, well, where does that audience sit on the channel mix in social? Sometimes it's really obvious, other times it takes a bit more digging. But if you start cross-referencing the data you get from social from that of your CRM, you'll see the patterns, and they will it'll all start to come together for you a bit more. I've whizzed through that because I really wanted to make sure that we had time for questions, and this could be a bit more of a discussion. All of my slides are a bit wordy because I want them to be useful to you after the event if you've got it. But I know that was quick, but have we got any questions already? I'm not sure where I would see questions if they were here. Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait till they come in. So I'm happy to answer questions on anything around social, and I think what would be ideal is getting some questions which will allow me to help you pick and choose between channels that help you in the prioritization. Okay, so Wayne's coming with his TikTok the future, and I touched on that, and I think what's amazing about TikTok is that it is a discovery channel. So that's one of the channels where follower count really doesn't have the same impact. So the way that TikTok serves content is it will go out, it will serve it to a small group of people. If it performs well, it will sort of increase the gate of how many people will see it and then go again. And so your follower count is actually overruled by the algorithm. And so where TikTok separates itself is that any account can generate viral content, and the audience will then will kind of find it. So I was at the RNLI before I was here at CRUK, and we did a really successful launch. And that's because we applied this approach to how we went about it. So we were looking really clearly at the data that we had and what was performing. We kind of, across all of our channels, we did a bit of a select to see what would work on TikTok. And the idea was that we would do a soft launch, but because the algorithm leapt on the popularity of our launch post, our soft launch immediately became the launch. And the content that we did was just, we'd done it right. And the desk research we'd done had kind of come up trumps. And I think that's something, that's something that obviously RNLI have blessed with a huge amount of content, great content and engaging content and a really engaged audience. But that's not to say that, in a scalable way, you guys can't do the same thing. Right, the questions have started coming through, so thank you. So one question is around from Alex was, would we calculate engagement rate looking at the last month or year? So we report on engagement rate monthly and by channel and across all channels, so that we can so monthly is fine, because really what you want to be able to do is look at the trends, and then you will obviously have months where you've got campaigns running where that would have just naturally pushed up your engagement rate. Another question around LinkedIn for donor engagement and fundraising. So I don't personally think that LinkedIn is a great space for that. I think the role that, like, LinkedIn is definitely an underrated platform. You can get very high engagement rates, and actually we've seen that LinkedIn growth, and this is a number of charities as well, is that LinkedIn is a really good growth area. So I maintain that follower account isn't the most important thing in the world, but LinkedIn is really, it has done something in the last few years that's made it much better for that. But the message that you get out, like, your donor audience isn't on there, and if they do follow you on there, they'll be in the minority. So when you're on those channels, you really need to be thinking, well, why are people following me here? What are they expecting to see? And it's not often it's a good space for sharing about corporate partnerships. It's a great place to share about if you've got any sort of workplace initiatives, workplace fundraising, all of that stuff. But so it's almost what you would do normally, but seen through the lens of LinkedIn. A very good question also about Twitter and its new competitors, which pretty much Threads. I think that week that Threads really took off was a great week for brand managers, and I think they would seem to be the key users of the platform throughout. I mean, we've seen that the usage of that has dropped. Then there are obviously the other ones out there as well, Blue Sky and Mastodon. It's so hard to know when a tipping point is on there, and how at the moment I don't think a consumer audience is really on there, and certainly not a scalable one. I think with all new channels, the early adopters are a very small segment of society, and most of them are in there because they're interested in the platform itself more so than the content that's in there. So it takes a long while for a new social platform to break through, and I think, you know, just being an early adopter isn't the most important thing. By all means, claim usernames. I think that's a good idea. Claim a username, get a handle. If you want to get verified early, do it. But don't feel bad about just putting a holding post saying, you know, coming soon. It's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah, there's a question about legacies, which is a really interesting area, and I think legacies is a difficult one for organic social, obviously. And I think whenever you're talking about whether it's legacies or any product, if because your engagement rate impacts the algorithm and how your post will perform, when you're talking about legacies, we'll keep using legacies as the example, you still have to create a social post that performs and meets an audience needs. So we would always recommend that there's a story there. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a full case study, but the post should have people-led photography, and the bulk of the post copy should be the story of how a legacy has been used, or how someone chose to leave a legacy, and then the call to action is kind of like dialed down. With social, I think when we're browsing social, we've got a bit of there's a switch in our brain that we can, if it looks like an advert, it smells like an advert, we'll scroll past it. And when our organic posts look and feel like adverts, people will scroll past it. It won't get read. The algorithm will then mark you down, and so your next post, whether it's a good or a bad one, will reach less people. Just scrolling through more questions. So I think lots of people seem to be asking what the next big platform is, and I mean, I definitely don't know. I despite being in social and loving it, I must admit, I'm not an early adopter. I am professionally cynical about social media. And I think it's really important to to have that degree of cynicism around it, because you don't want to create sort of like an elephant's graveyard of accounts that didn't work, or that didn't take off. If you feel that your audience are flocking to a certain channel, then you should definitely go with them, but you shouldn't. You have to make sure that the amount of time that you're putting into the channel mix that you've selected for your audience is proportionate to what you're getting back out of it. So that's why being on every channel isn't important, and it's why I really in my slides stressed the importance of matching your audience information to the channel demographics and seeing where they marry up. So that's what you need to be doing, is just be in regular touch with your audience and know and understand how they're using social. I think I've covered the questions. Are there any other questions come through? Okay, doesn't look like it. So thank you very much for having me. Sorry, I feel that my presentation was probably a little bit too raced through, but I hope that was useful. And if anybody does have any questions, please do connect to me on LinkedIn and ask me the questions directly. Always happy to do that. And yeah, thank you very much for having me, and thanks Fundraising Everywhere for inviting me.
So, here's the problem. You're a busy fundraiser spinning a million plates, and choosing a new tool for your next appeal or fundraising campaign isn't at the top of your priority list. Plus, the last time you looked, Just Giving wasn't an option for individual giving because all you got was anonymous data. Well, that's all changed with Giving Checkout, our new free donation form and button that's quick and easy to implement. And you get 100% donor data so you can thank and add donors to your stewardship programs. Whether you want a branded donation flow for your website, a simple shareable link for your emails, a QR code for your collection boxes, Just Giving has you covered. Join thousands of other charities already using Giving Checkout to receive direct donations and regular gifts. Oh yeah, did I mention it does direct debit too? To get started, head to your Just Giving account and click the Giving Checkout tab, or email me on successteam@justgiving.com to find out more.
There once was conference held online that helped me reach some goals of mine. The crack was great, the speakers best, oh fundraising everywhere go. Ha! Soon may we learn from home with pets and tea and people we know. One day to better yourself we'll learn so much and grow. They've been around for many years, we've learned and laughed and shed some tears. A community I'm proud to know, oh fundraising everywhere go. Ha! Soon may we learn from home with pets and tea and people we know. One day to better yourself we'll learn so much and grow. Ha! Soon may we learn from home with pets and tea and people we know. One day to better yourself we'll learn so much and grow.
Planning virtual events has never been easier, thanks to Everywhere Plus. What is Everywhere Plus? We're a virtual events platform and project management service that works with companies, charities and not-for-profit organisations in the charity sector. We have the team and the tech to help you go virtual with all your important events. Online events are full of possibilities. We have a custom-built platform that includes hybrid events and video breakout rooms, as well as a space for sponsors to connect with attendees, multilingual hosting, not to mention polls and Q&A, including branded live stream, pre-recorded and live content, even a virtual recording studio and so much more. If you want a virtual event, we create one that your audience will love. We run your tax so you don't have to. Get in touch with us today. Tell us more about your virtual event. Everywhere Plus.
Everywhere.
Fundraising 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 everywhere. You need to add me in there.
Hey, awesome humans. Hope you had a nice break. Welcome to room 2. If you're just arrived here, big hello. If you've been around all day, welcome back. I'm Wayne Murray. I'm the founder of Humanity Squared, and I've been hosting this room all day. What an amazing session we just had. I don't know if all of you saw it, but we just had Athar, who's the head of social media for CRUK. And if you can see that session, I really urge you to do so. Obviously, all of the content is recorded and will be with you, and you can jump around in between rooms. But that one in particular for me was great. It's amazing to see the head of social at CRUK be so human and so humble with their thoughts, and everything that came across was really scalable, and even said right at the beginning that all of the advice is given is for a small charity just as much as it is for a big charity. And there was one slide that was amazing that just shows what's not important when it comes to social media, and you should just all look at that. And in fact, I urge you to get it tattooed on your forehead. It's a really, really brilliant slide. You know, it talks about vanity metrics, which is always the CEO's favorite, talking about the rise of bots on larger accounts. A great phrase that really stuck with me is that if it looks like an advert and smells like an advert, it might be an advert and might get scrolled by in terms of people looking at your feed. So really, really, really brilliant stuff. And also really practical things about not having to be on every channel, focus on the audiences that you already have, what meaningful engagement looks like. Brilliant. All really, really, really good stuff. So now we move forward. And our next speaker coming up now is one that I've been looking forward to all day. This is Alex McCain-Bremner, who's a telefundraising specialist from Oxfam, and this session is going to be about how Oxfam developed and successfully maintained in-house telephone fundraising during COVID. And in the synopsis for this session will help you to understand how to set up in-house telefundraising function by demonstrating the challenges that existed when Oxfam sort of quite famously pivoted their face-to-face program to telephone during COVID, and the opportunities that this presented. And as the fundraising and retention specialist in Oxfam International's global public fundraising team, Alex promotes best practice in the use of the telephone to create engaging conversations and generate sustainable long-term income for Oxfam. And as someone who started off their fundraising career as a telephone fundraiser, just big props to absolutely anyone who works within direct dialogue. So now I'll just pass over to Alex.
Very much for the introduction, Wayne. Can you see my screen okay? Hi, can I just check to see that everybody can see my screen okay?
All good, Alex.
Okay, great. And you can hear me fine. Great. Okay, so hi everyone. As Wayne has said, my name's Alex. I work for Oxfam International, and I'm going to run you through a presentation about, yes, as Wayne said, how we effectively pivoted our face-to-face over to in-house TM calling during COVID, the methods we used, what we learned, and how our telemarketing has developed, and in-house capability has developed since then. So on the face of it, it's kind of that, but also I kind of like to call it bringing forth order from chaos, because chaos reigned and we had to find some way of managing it. So this really is a kind of narrative really of how we did it. So just quickly a bit about me. I'm going to make no bones about it. This is me. I'm an unashamed Trekkie. For those of you who know what that is. I've been working in 22 years in telefundraising and 6 of those years for Oxfam International as their telefundraising and retention specialist. I work in Oxfam International's global public fundraising team, and I work across 20 different markets where Oxfam has presence across the globe. And as Wayne said, that's my mantra, my mandate, if you like, what I work to. It's all about best practice and creating conversation using the telephone, and with a view to generating sustainable long-term income. And there's a little joke for you, for those of you who are Trekkies as well. Anyway, moving on. So I'm going to take you back to early 2020. I'm sure that many of you don't want to be taken back there, but just to kind of rewind to that. Obviously, we all know what happened. A pandemic, something that had never happened in any of our lifetimes before, to that scale, and the world started going into lockdown. You'll be familiar with these images and where these places were, but really it was a seismic change in terms of where people were and how they interacted with each other. So suddenly there was no one around, and you can see there the huge difference that happened. This is in Delhi in India, obviously, and a massive difference before and after. For us, one of the biggest impacts that this had, amongst many other impacts, obviously, was that our street fundraising basically stopped overnight, and I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that too. So we have a huge street fundraising capability across the globe. A very high proportion of our regular givers, all new regular givers, all come through street fundraising or door to door. So we faced a massive problem immediately. So what did we do? During when we discovered that that the world was going into lockdown, yes, well, that was our first response. I'm sure this is familiar for a lot of you as well. Once we got over our initial panic, we started to think about what were the actual problems and what were the questions that we faced when we went into lockdown. As a global organization, this was a huge issue, and we were facing a massive problem with this. First of all, the question we asked ourselves is, we're going to see huge reduction in face-to-face activity, and a lot of our face-to-face, was being done in-house, as well as through agencies. So the big question we had was, how on earth were we still going to get the same number of donors every month if we weren't able to have face-to-face interactions and also to maintain our income? What was the impact on our telemarketing going to be? Telemarketing is one of our biggest income drivers, and delivers high income for us, but also high numbers of new donors. And we knew that because of the uncertainty around people's financial situations, there was going to be a big impact on that. How are we going to keep our face-to-face fundraisers? As I mentioned before, we had a large number of people working for us in-house teams around the world. So we wanted to keep them. They weren't, and we knew that if we weren't able to give them work, they were going to basically leave and go and find work elsewhere, understandably. So how could we keep them working for us and raising funds for us? What was the impact going to be on our supporters? We asked ourselves that question, and their financial situation. So we kind of asked ourselves, how do we basically help supporters to keep supporting us? So we had to start thinking a bit outside the box there, in that respect. And finally, what impact was this going to have on our donor care teams, and also our other telemarketing teams? How are we going to support them during anticipated cancellations and supporter queries, which were inevitably going to happen? So some really big questions we were faced with. So we decided we had to move from face-to-face to TM, and we had to move fast. There was a lot of people who were depending on us in a number of different ways. And we had to think about how we were going to do this. This is our wonderful face-to-face fundraising team in India, in our Indian market. So suddenly there was nowhere for them to go. So we had to try to pivot them to this, and we had to do it in a virtual environment because obviously, there were no agencies operating or anything like that. So this was a big challenge, and it did prove to be a challenge. And we had a lot of challenges to begin with. Things didn't exactly go to plan. Let's put it that way. What we noticed was that the calls were very long. They were very unfocused. There were no real clear objectives behind the calls. And because we had to move so quickly, we didn't have time to really work out, what was the strategy going to be. We didn't really have any processes to judge success. So no reporting, no ways of seeing whether or not this was working or not. And we were unsure, and supporters were unsure as to why we were calling them. And worse, some donors were cancelling their regular gifts during the calls. So we had to rethink, and we had to think carefully about how we were going to move face-to-face to telemarketing. What were the principles that we needed to observe to make this work for us? So we identified basically 6 key areas. And I think, going back to what Wayne was saying, this presentation is not just about how we pivoted from COVID, it's also about how to set up an in-house team. Because I think these are principles that you need to, and we've definitely felt we needed to go by to allow us to successfully pivot and to set up our new in-house teams across the globe. So at the top there, we realized that we had to look at our software capability. You know, how were we going to find a software which was going to allow people to call from their homes to our supporters, and what equipment did they need? Did they need laptops? Did they need iPads? What was the equipment they were going to need? Secondly, what selections were we going to give them? And how could we make sure that everything was going to be compliant? You know, in different markets around the world, there's different compliance regulations. So we had to be really careful that we were making sure that callers were observing those and that our processes were observing those. But also, what were they going to call? You know, who were they going to call? Regular givers, other donors? What was the priority order? Thirdly, how are we going to coach them and train them? This was always going to be a really difficult one in a virtual environment. So we really had to put a lot of consideration behind that as well. And how were we going to maintain quality in the calls? You know, we didn't have real monitoring capabilities initially. So this was a real challenge. You know, how are we going to maintain quality and manage our calling according to the way we wanted the calls to be made? What call outcomes and data capture could we create? You know, remember, we're not calling from bespoke calling platforms here. It was all a bit kind of cobbled together and made up as we went along to begin with. So we had to design the call outcomes and the data capture to fit what we had available. And finally, how are we going to report? How are we going to manage our results and report on them? Very key in any telemarketing activity. So there were some really big areas here that we had to address in order to start setting up these virtual in-house teams across the globe. And we also realized that we had to consider the differences between face-to-face and telemarketing. I mean, it sounds like an obvious thing to say, but there are some very key differences which we needed to really understand before we could really start utilizing our face-to-face fundraisers on the telephone and getting the best out of them. So one of the ways that we looked at this was just look generally at how we communicate as human beings. And really we communicate in three different ways. The words that we use, the tone of our voice, and our body language. This is when we're talking, obviously, in communication. Now, in face-to-face environments and in face-to-face situations, about 55% of communication is done through body language. It's done through facial recognition, smiling, it's done through eye contact, it's done through hand gestures, it's done through body posture, all that sort of thing. And about 38% is tone of voice and about 7% is the words that are being said, because that's what people will be paying the most attention to is body language and tone. It's totally different on the telephone. But 86%, because we don't have body language, obviously, and we don't have facial eye contact or anything like that. So it's all about tone of voice and words. So slightly more, it focuses on words on the phone, but majority is all about the tone. So we realized it's really about not just about what we're saying, it's about how we wanted them to communicate. So we focused on how we were talking to donors as much as what we were actually saying. And that was really the key in terms of how we approached the training and management of our face-to-face fundraisers, because that was what they were familiar with. We considered the differences between face-to-face interactions and telephone conversations. And we looked at what is the difference. We asked our fundraisers, what is the main difference? And obviously, it's this sort of thing that they said. So we went through that process of kind of really thinking about, what is it that we're going to have to change or optimize or take, make the best of when we were pivoting them over. And we also listened to our affiliates' concerns. So our affiliates are what we call our different Oxfams. We're a confederation. As I said at the beginning, I work for Oxfam International, which is the body that kind of brings all the affiliates together. We listened to what they said to us. And obviously they were slightly different depending on the market that they were operating in. But some of the sort of common themes that they were talking to us about were, how practically do I start moving face-to-face to TM? What do I have to consider? What data selections should I give our face-to-face fundraisers to call? Should we just call the normal people that we call as part of our TM program, supporters, normal selections, or should we try something different? How do we keep them motivated at home, especially if we're not there? You know, and you know, telemarketing, as I'm sure you know most of you know, is something where you need to keep people motivated. You need to keep them really close to the cause. You need to keep them really you know, emotionally bought into what they're talking about. So that was a real sort of big question that we were asked as well. How do I keep contact rate high? Really tricky one, because you know, we're talking about people working at home. You know, we initially didn't really have the software in place to monitor contact rate, and you know, it's obviously not as easy as doing it in a call center environment. We also started to hear questions about, like, you know, what lead generation campaigns can I run? Given that we're not doing any face-to-face, and given that our regular giving acquisition was seeing a huge downturn as a result, what could we use the telephone for to acquire new supporters? So what sort of lead generation could we do? And finally, you know, more practically, how, you know, where could they get guidance on how to talk about coronavirus in the scripts? Because that's what everybody wanted to hear about. What was Oxfam doing in countries where, you know, which were being particular areas where were being affected by coronavirus? Yeah, so those were the kind of main concerns that we listened to, and we considered all of this when we were pivoting across. So we started off by advising our affiliates to basically prioritize their calling, and this is quite a good way to approach in-house calling, I think, as well. Firstly, we advised them to start just making loyalty calls to regular donors. So you know, hello calls, how are you calls, you know, real kind of reaching out to our supporters and making them feel you know, that Oxfam really cares about them. So, and this was effectively on the face of it, to prevent cancellations and keep donors engaged. But we also wanted to just talk to our donors. We then realized this worked really well. So that we then realized that the next key priority was to start phoning back people who are cancelling. Cancelling kind of as a knee jerk to what was going on most of the time. At the time. So, you know, we started talking to our donors about, you know, downgrades to their amounts, payment holidays, different ways of giving. This was the next priority that we started calling on. That worked really, really well. So we started realizing we could go back to older donors, older lapsers, less recent regular giving counsellors. And we realized that if we kind of started looking at this as an alternative to face-to-face recruitment, if you want to look at it that way, it's got an amazing cost per acquisition compared to face-to-face. So we realized that here was a ready-made alternative, low cost per acquisition, and there was lots and lots of data for us to call. We also started doing things like cross-selling regular giving to other types of supporters, where we had phone numbers, people that we wouldn't normally phone, to be honest with you. We often phone one-off cash donors, obviously, but things like virtual gift buyers, shop buyers, event participants, information requesters, you know, these aren't people that we would normally select for a regular giving conversion calling activity. But we had a great response. People were really happy for us to reach out to them and have a conversation. We then started thinking, okay, right, if that worked, then let's start going back to some of our old leads which have been generated through digital activity, you know, in the past. So this was old petitions, Facebook leads, and old DRTV activity, and so on and so forth, PSMS donors, that sort of thing. And then we started looking at how can we generate new leads, and how can we convert them using online petitions, or generate them through online petitions and then convert them using the telephone and other sources. So we kind of went through a sort of step-by-step approach, given that we were going to have to school and educate our fundraisers in calling, and this seemed like a logical way of doing it. And so we, as I said, we simply started calling supporters to just check in and say thank you, and we had an amazing response to this. It was really positive. You know, these are some of the comments, really lovely kind of feedback that we got, very appreciative, people saying thank you for calling, you know, really appreciate what you're doing, please keep calling me. We were really surprised to hear people saying that sort of thing, because that's obviously not something we'd heard before as much. You know, thanking us for what we were doing, and then, you know, specific examples of people saying, you know, they were so grateful for us calling their relatives, or in this case their mum, during this time, which was very sort of worrying for everybody. So this was such a positive sort of load of feedback that we got, that we decided that we were really onto something here. And when it came to then starting to call other types of activity, reactivation, conversion, all those sorts of things, we realized that COVID had actually given us a ready-made proposition to use. Now, I'm sure, yeah, you're aware that Oxfam, we work a lot with refugees in different countries and refugee organizations, and particularly with refugee camps and refugee settlements. We realized that this was one of the areas that was being affected the most, and this is what we were seeing. So we had lots and lots of tangible examples of the work that we were doing in those refugee camps. Places where COVID was spreading really fast because of bad sanitation, because of lack of water, because of people living in very close proximity to each other. So this was working. This really resonated with people and made them think about their own situation and then relate that to people who are living in, well, let's face it, much worse off situations who are being affected by COVID. And we then realized that this translated well to lead generation. So we started, this is our Danish affiliate. This was a petition a hand raiser that they put out. So along the same lines, Oxfam's work in refugee camps, again, really great response to that, and people, wanting to engage and find out more about what we were doing. And onto other campaigning topics, because we realized that as the organization that we were in a unique space to be able to start putting pressure on things like the unfairness of how the vaccination was being distributed, and decisions were being made about where it was going to be made available. So that kind of lent itself straight away also to a great campaigning topic for lead generation, which we effectively used. And how did we end up with all of this? Well, some pretty stellar results, to be perfectly honest with you. And don't forget, this was during COVID when we're getting some great contact rates. We were probably calling a lot of people who hadn't been called previously as a result. But some of these results were astounding, really. Firstly, we created 5 brand new virtual in-house calling teams across our markets. And we were seeing and I say average upgrade rates, some of them were higher than this, of 40%, reactivation rates of 30%, lead gen rates of 12%. So we could see that we were onto something here. It was really working. And this made us realize that we had to rethink our whole telemarketing approach. We need to basically restructure the whole way in which we were approaching our telemarketing. So we started from the point of these in-house teams that we were starting to create, and we started thinking about what they were best placed to deliver. Now, one thing I should mention is that the majority of our affiliates work with agencies as well, as I'm sure a number of you do as well. So the in-house team, we had the benefit of being able to choose what types of activity to use with them. So we typically tend to do the sort of rolling new donor welcome, loyalty, gift aid and legacy calling, that sort of thing, win back calling through our in-house teams, because we can make sure that we call those people in a timely fashion and we have great conversations with our newer donors, or the ones that we're bringing back on board. Very engaging. We put in place in-house team leaders. So this was an individual who is responsible for developing the program, supporting campaign management, driving the reporting, and doing all the caller management and calling systems management. So that's a role which we feel is essential in any in-house team capability. But also, this role is something that we've now started to really invest in. Because this individual, somebody who is dedicated to strategy and program management, overseeing all the results, and particularly the agency relationship management side of things, is critical to our model. The agency will be tending to do sort of larger activities where we don't have the capacity in our in-house teams. So there might be sort of annual upgrade, reactivation, bespoke lead generation and conversion activity, and any overspill from our in-house teams. And we're also expecting them to provide sector and TM strategy insight. And this is where the TM manager's role is so important, because he basically he or she sits above the whole thing and brings together the strategy for the in-house team and for the TM agency. Very critical role. Make sure that the calls are consistent, make sure the calling approach, and make sure that the strategy is being followed by both functions. And I kind of support both of those. That's my role, is really to support both of those roles and help to develop and follow best practice. And we also designed a new way of setting up our calling campaigns. So we realized that with our in-house teams, and this is something that I would kind of really recommend as well, that there are sort of some key areas where in-house team give you a real benefit, but it's worth really investigating what is the potential of these different areas with your in-house team. So calling and reporting segmentation, we basically create segments based purely on response and ROI income targets. We make sure that we've got enough data in each of those to maintain contact rates, and we ensure that the most responsive and valuable segments are called as much as possible. In fact, if we know a segment's going to perform a certain way, we will almost over-call it to the point where we're not hitting the contact rate that we are on other segments, because we know it's so valuable. And this is something that, in my experience, agencies don't tend to do. Their model will prohibit them from carrying on calling in segments which are becoming unprofitable for them because they're just not making enough contacts per hour, for example. So this is a real benefit of an in-house team. You've got much more control over how you're calling your segments and how much income you're deriving from them as a result of that. Monitoring is also a key area. So we have a bespoke results forecasting tool based on those different segments I just mentioned. We monitor our results in real time with our callers. We agree actions with them, and then we have an ongoing process to assess the impact of these actions. So I think, again, this is a benefit of an in-house team, and something I really recommend you really invest in is making sure that you have a process where any learning is being taken back and being put into the campaign development on an ongoing basis, testing and rolling out. I find that agencies do have these processes, but because they're working for a number of different clients at the same time, typically, it won't be as robust and as dynamic as the ones that we use for our in-house teams. Caller management is another big area, that I think with an in-house team, you've got a great potential for really engaging with your callers. We have a lot of bespoke coaching and training with our in-house callers. We have ongoing engagement plans with each of them, and we adapt our calling strategy based on their feedback. So we really make them feel that they are part of the success of the campaign. And again, something that I don't think agencies really invest that much in, to be perfectly honest with you. You may be having different experiences, so apologies if that's the case. And then with call monitoring, we tend with our in-house teams to base it on the things that we know will deliver results, not necessarily the results themselves. So we will be marking and we'll be focusing on things like objection handling, rapport building, and those kind of soft skills, conversational skills that we know end up in really great results. So that's where we will be focusing when we monitor calls. And we also kind of agree with our in-house teams and our callers, what is a good Oxfam call? What has to go into every call? What are the aspects that we know resonate with our supporters and that you can really authoritatively talk about? So we kind of monitor to that perspective and to that structure. So our global in-house capacity, our capability, has effectively grown massively. We've now got 11 across the globe. Some of these, as I said, were already in place before COVID, but a number of these sprung up as a result of COVID, and we now have a very, very big in-house capability across the globe. And we approach all of our in-house teams in more or less the same way along the processes and approaches that I've already described. So to end the presentation, because I realize I've only got about 5 minutes left, I think, I just wanted to give a case study, which was our largest affiliate, Oxfam GB, which you'll all be familiar with. They pivoted over to telemarketing very quickly from face-to-face. And just as a bit of context, the telephone had, since 2017 and up till COVID, had significantly decreased. There wasn't any real strategy. That was for a number of different reasons, regulation in Great Britain and other things. There wasn't any real strategy to use the telephone to create donor engagement and loyalty, which is what I believe is the key attribute of the telephone. And as a result, results and donor retention figures were dropping. The calls were very scripted and very one-way, monologic. There was very low TM opt-in, so we weren't getting lots of new donors that we could talk to. The selections were very inconsistent for the telephone. There were very slow turnaround times. We know that, you know, calling people quickly after they've made that first gift is key. There was a real lack of an annual TM program or strategy, no real retention strategy. And as a result, we were seeing decreasing contact rates, increases in hard nose, or at least, you know, phone slammers, and declining response rates. And all of this led to a significant decrease in ROI, to the point where the channel was being heavily deprioritized. So because of the in-house team and the success from pivoting their face-to-face in-house team fundraisers over to in-house calling, they totally changed their model. So remember I said about this TM manager role? Well, meet Ollie. He's Oxfam GB's TM manager, and his role on one level is to manage the in-house team, and there is the wonderful OGB in-house team, who make lots and lots of calls for Oxfam GB to their supporters. And he manages the agency, Stratcom UK, they work in very close strategic partnership with. Now, the reason I wanted to make a point of this is because Ollie is able to do this. He sits above the whole thing, and he takes learning from one function to the other, and he shares that learning, and he creates strategy, and he drives performance by listening to both of the functions and then by getting them to interact with each other. It's a very key role, in my view, to making this whole model work, and he does it extremely well, by the way. But yeah, it's a great model, and as a result of this, much higher conversion rates and contact rates than they were seeing previously, much higher levels of supporter engagement and satisfaction, and the ability to test brand new and very innovative approaches, which I'm going to end on one of these approaches that I wanted to share with you. So this is Oxfam GB's festival mobilization team, and they're a group of volunteer campaigners, and they go to festivals in the UK, interact with festival goers, get them to sign petitions on our campaigns, capture their contact details, and have a really great conversation with them about the issue, the topic. We also have a lot of other presence at those festivals. So that's actually at Download Festival, which is I think a hard rock festival, and they're just getting ready to go out into the festival. We also have a lot of presence of stewarding and other sort of awareness raising, which complements that. And there's a picture of two of our wonderful stewards at Glastonbury, that is. And the campaigns that we talk about are, as you can see there, the one we were talking about at Glastonbury this year was, and all the other festivals that they were at, was making polluters pay. You know, a big topic, something that really resonated with people. And this works. It works because following the interaction and you can see here that again at Download, having the conversation, talking about the topic, they receive a phone call very soon after the festival. And this works fantastically well. It comes from the in-house team. It's very engaging, and it very much reflects the conversation that they've had at the festival. Same tone, same language, reflecting back to them the action that they've taken. And, you know, there are some wonderful sort of positive benefits of this approach. It's a really unique way to engage with people, focuses on their interests and their attitudes, and you can have a conversation. It has a very low cost per action taker compared to other list sources from, say, Facebook and online, because it's all done by volunteers. And it's got a much lower cost per acquisition because the conversion rates, frankly, are amazing. You know, we're seeing conversion rates of between 12 and 17% on the phone, and really good contact rates as well, and high opt-in rates to the telephone because of these really engaging conversations they're having. Great potential to deliver more regular givers every year. It integrates our two biggest recruitment channels, face-to-face and TM, and we're creating an ongoing conversation between the supporter and Oxfam, which is kind of embedded by that in-house kind of approach that they use. And it's creating a prospect pool for future regular giving attempts. And we think the retention is going to be better than pure face-to-face, but obviously we have to analyze that. You know, the telephone aspect we're anticipating is going to have a very positive impact on retention. So I've come to the end of my presentation. A quick run through, you know, what Oxfam did during COVID and how our telephone programs have developed as a result of that. And I hope that was interesting, and happy to take any questions.
That was great. Thanks so much. And so good to hear the word pivot back in action. Sent a shiver through me just hearing it, but brilliant. And do fill out the polls as well. It's really important that we get feedback so that we can make sessions even better. But yeah, thank you. Spectacular session. And just from a personal point of view, as someone who helped run what was at the time one of the largest TM agencies in the UK, and someone who managed the in-house telephone fundraising team at Amnesty, I completely understand how hard that pivot must have been. You know, whilst face-to-face and telephone share similar skill sets, they are really, really different. So hats off to you to be able to do that, and a good lesson for all of us in terms of how we can make that transition. Humans are amazing. It's great to hear. So here we are. Blimey, we're at the final session and coming on now, our final session in room 2. And after this, it'd be great if you could all head over to room 1, where all of the hosts will be coming together and talking through the day and thoughts and reflections. But this final session in room 2 now is titled Insights into Faithful Donors. And we have Irshad, who's a principal consultant at Zimmer Fundraising. We have Laurie, who's a fundraising consultant. And we also have Anne, who's Chief Development Officer at Temple Sinai Congregation in Toronto. The speakers have asked me to share the following, and this is just to highlight any potential trigger warnings. And they've said, we appreciate that some people have had difficult relationship with organized religion and may find a session that speaks positively about faith triggering. There are other sessions to head into if that is the case. We're also conscious of what our speakers are experiencing in their personal lives, and we thank them for being with us at this incredibly difficult time. So this session will cover things like, did you know that Muslims donate over £1 billion a year to charity? Do you know the surprising way to find Jewish donors in your database? Do you know why Christian donors may be good legacy prospects? So it's a really information-packed session. So I'm going to hand over to them now, and I look forward to seeing you all in room 1 after this session. Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Anne Rosenfield, and I am the Chief Development Officer for Congregation Temple Sinai in Toronto, Canada.
Hi, I'm Laurie Gunther-Reeser. I'm a bridge builder. I explain Christianity to fundraisers and fundraising to Christians.
Hi, everybody. My name is Irshad Osman. I'm an imam by training and a fundraiser by profession. I'm from Toronto, Canada.
I'd like to start today by welcoming you and telling you how we all came to speak together, because this is a lesson for today and a lesson for tomorrow. Our 3 faiths are cousins. We are part of the same tradition. We're from the same root. This started a few years ago after the tragedy at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, and Irshad and his congregation came in fellowship and support to my congregation. We got to talking, the 3 of us, and we felt it was important and valuable to do 2 things. One is to help teach our fellow fundraisers information about our faith tradition, because religious donors are quite generous donors. And we also wanted to show that the 3 of us feel strongly that what separates us is smaller than what unites us. We are, as I mentioned, the great-great-great-grandchildren of Abraham, our patriarch, and all of our faith traditions are descended from him. I'd like to talk now a little bit about the Jewish tradition and give you some thoughts and tips on how to identify Jewish donors in your database. first thing to note is that the word tzedakah, which is often mistranslated as charity, is more correctly translated as justice. So if you're an organization that does employment services, if you're an organization that's a social service organization, that connection may be particularly relevant to your work. But there's also, I'm now going to give you this information about something to look for that will help you identify which donors in your database are Jewish, and that's the number 18. Please feel free to put in the chat if you know anything about the number 18 while I talk a little bit about it. So you may have heard the expression l'chaim, which is a toast to life. The Hebrew language is an alphanumeric language, which means that letters represent numbers. And the number 18 in Judaism represents life. So if you go look in your database and take a look at $18 donors, $36 donors, $180, $360, $1,800, you may also want to look to see if you see any 54, 72. I, as part of preparation on this, checked with 3 rabbis in the UK, and I'm assured that $18, as we say, is a thing there as much as it is here for us in Canada. Well, what are you going to do with that information? Well, one of the things you're going to do is when you're talking to a donor, think in those multiples of 18. If they have a giving pattern that's an 18 or 36, those are the most common, 36 giving pattern. Because one of the things you can then do, if their last gift was 18 pounds, instead of doing a very traditional donor matrix where it's 18, 25, 50 pounds, if I were you, I would do 18, 36, 54. You're speaking in the language of the donor, and it's a way to upgrade the individual gifts from individual donors. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Lori.
Thanks, Anne. I'm Lori Gunther-Reeser, and I've done a lot of work in Christian giving, researching Christian giving, and that's what those letters are about. I'm going to start out with the Jesus facepalm because I know that Christianity, I don't know where you're at with how you think about it, and so I'm just acknowledging that it is a tough topic on a tough day. I have 2 things I want to tell you before we talk about Christian giving in particular, and these apply to all faiths. I prepared these slides before I knew the particular context that we would be speaking in today, but I want to tell you so that Anne and Irshad don't have to, that safety and security is a huge issue for Jewish and Muslim believers. That's only gotten worse, unfortunately. And so that's something that if we're coming from a different context, we might not realize. So we have 2 problems here: hate, terrorism, fear, and then the rest of us who shrug. And so I can only pray and encourage us to pay attention. The next topic is much lighter, and that's about food. Collectively, if you invite Anne, Irshad, and I to your event, I'm gluten-free, and we have a number of other things that are important about what we eat. But rather than give you all the details, I'll just say vegetarian and vegan options are always wise. List the ingredients and have non-alcoholic options. There's a number of details that I could go into that I'm not going to about the different foods. But rather than remember all that, just remember vegan, vegetarian, list ingredients, have a non-alcoholic options. And your event could be a Christian funeral. I've been at a Christian funeral where there definitely were people of different faiths involved. So you just don't know. A fundraising event, even a family event, it's always good to have these options to be inclusive. All right, Christianity. This is my homemade polarization update. I was just at a workshop yesterday. I assure you that it's not just me who thinks the world and Christians are becoming more polarized. It's hard. if you're in, I know that you might be coming at this from all different places and that the UK isn't Canada, but Christians everywhere are affected by how America behaves. And if you're interested in that, I would encourage you to read this book called Jesus and John Wayne, which is a really fascinating study of how two very different personalities have become merged in some aspects of Christianity. So that's Jesus and John Wayne, which really helped me to understand how this polarization has come to be. The LGBTQ issue is immensely polarizing, but it's just, I think, just more of a symptom of fault lines that already existed in Christianity. A very hopeful thing that happened in this past year is that the Pope apologized to Indigenous people here in Canada for the tremendous harm done to them in the residential school system. So I share that because hope and reconciliation and healing is possible. And I think fundraisers are part of that in the work that we do. Christians in our polarized ways are frightened people very often because not as many people come to church as they used to. And that's definitely true in the UK as well. I would say the UK is ahead of Canada in terms of secularization, and then Canada is kind of ahead of America, but the trend lines are the same in all of the places. Trust is very much been eroded, and everything that we can do as fundraisers and as people of goodwill to build trust is really important. Simple things that fundraisers, I think, are good at, like connecting with donors over a cup of coffee, will definitely be a great way to hear your Christian donors and find out what's important to them and what they care about, like any other donor. Simple practices of gratitude are a great way for fundraisers to connect. I wish that churches would pay as much attention to saying thank you as fundraisers generally do. And I thank you for being here and listening to our presentation today. And with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our colleague Irshad.
Hi, everyone. And from the Islamic perspective of philanthropy, I would like to start off by saying I'm sure that my two colleagues will agree as well that everyone is a philanthropist. Data shows that people who are religiously active are giving more and giving on average also larger gifts to many causes around the world as well as local communities as well, because that is demanded by their faith, that is deeply rooted in spirituality. On that note, I'm going to go into some slides to explain that how the Muslim donors view philanthropy and how you as fundraisers can cultivate this immensely generous group of donors. To start off with, Anne started off saying that we are the great-great-great-grandchildren of Abraham. I'm the youngest of them. So currently there are about 2 billion Muslims around the world. And how this philanthropy manifests in their daily tradition as well as the spiritual foundation is that all Muslims believe in 6 articles of faith. And with that 6 articles of faith, many are manifested in 5 obligatory practices, starting from the prayers they do every day, as well as that the fasting they do in Ramadan, as well as they go to pilgrimage. One of those 5 obligatory practices is a zakah, which is very similar to how Anne pronounced sadaqah. It's called charity. It's one such practice. This is where all the philanthropy starts for the Muslim adherents of the Islamic faith. Now, zakat, the word Arabic is purification. Purification means that purification of self and wealth. And every Muslim who have the capacity to give, who have savings enough, or there are certain threshold, about 85 grams of gold. If somebody has more than that, they have to give 2.5% of that savings, net savings, into other people to support people in the community as well as globally as well. And if you look at the Shia community, they have this defined for in their religion, in their religious texts, as 1/5 of that has to be given out. And in addition to zakah, which is obligatory, there are other things. Another aspect is called sadaqah, which is very similar to how Anne pronounced. Sadaqah is voluntary, but it also includes non-financial gifts. It could be like you give water to somebody and you smile at somebody, you give some comforting words, and everything comes under that. So that is one. And the third one is waqf, the endowment. And since the Muslim community in North America is still young and they're still building up, and they haven't established larger endowment practices, just like our colleagues and our brothers and sisters in the Jewish and the Christian community. So now, with this hugely generous Muslim philanthropy, Muslim donors, as you know, if you're in UK, there are $1 billion have been given by Muslim donors in UK. If you look at US, in US, there are about $1.8 billion are given in zakah only, not the sadaqah. Sadaqah is much larger, which is not counted. And then overall and globally, there are about $600 billion to $1 trillion are given by Muslims in zakah alone. But why is it that such a range which we can't understand how much is exactly given? It is because all the Muslim scholars who are finance scholars, they say that zakah is a sloppy giving. Because it's mandated as an individual practice, people tend to give individually without publicizing, without getting a tax receipt and all. That's why it is not counted well. And on the flip side, as fundraisers, we know we can't measure the impact of those $600 billion. What is doing that to the community, to the world? And if you look at that amount of money, definitely it could do wonders in the world, and it can lift many Muslim countries out of poverty. However, it is not the case because of how it is not structured. To give one example, out of the 600 billion, only 10 to 15 billions are managed by organizations, which is in UK as well as US and Canada, and some of the mosques also collect zakah and then give it to people who are deserving of receiving their charity. Remember, I said now, this is a generous group of donors. How do you cultivate them? How do you approach them? First of all, first thing we as fundraisers, we have to understand, what is their motivation to give? Why do they give? If you ask any regular Muslim, they will always say a word. They say, we give for the sake of God. That's the religious obligation. But as fundraisers, it's not enough for us. We need to know more. We need to know more so that we can match their aspirations or what their goals of giving with what we have to offer. This is their actually as fundraisers. That's what we do. We have to connect the donor with the cause. So here, there are a lot of surveys done, and why exactly people give in North America and UK. And the top reason is always a religious obligation. And the second was compassion towards the less fortunate. And the third one, desire to contribute to the community. But however, there's much more than that. I'll give one quick example because of the timing, is that when I was doing a workshop, I asked some Muslim fundraisers, and why do they give? I said, don't mention you're giving for the sake of God. Don't mention you're giving because of the religious obligation. Trust me, the reasons, the rationale, the reasons why they give is far outweighed what we know from on the surface. There are people who get angry. If they want to calm themselves down, they will give in charity. If they feel something helpless today, something is happening around the world, they will give something. That's their contribution. As well as that, sometimes when somebody is sick, my brother in UK, he always give charity whenever he hear my mother is sick. So these are many reasons why people give. If you are as a fundraiser, when you're talking to a Muslim donor, try to peel that layers of onion and go into the depth of why exactly they give. You will see that remarkable reasons why they give, and that way you can connect them to your cause. Best timing for giving, obviously, is the Ramadan. That's the time you have to target. On that note, I would like to end this with saying that in Ramadan, because our usually donor cycle, the cultivation and the identification, solicitation and stewardship, sometimes for major gifts, we look at about 18 months to 24 months. But however, you should be prepared to change that fundraising the thresholds and the timeline, because for the Muslims, Ramadan is the best time of giving. So while you are preparing your strategy, try to go into the solicitation mode within the 1 year, so that any strategy you can build within 1 year is the best strategy for Muslim donors. Thank you so much, and I wish we can share more things, and hopefully we'll be able to, answer your questions during the question and answer session. Thank you.